Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Selamat pagi, Subha Ude Sanak, dan Guten Morgen. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics, organized by the Faculty of Agriculture and Agriculture Technology of Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. It is our greatest pleasure to welcome all the speakers and all distinguished participants to joining us on site at the Faculty of Agriculture and virtually through the Zoom meeting. Under the main theme, Regenerative Agriculture for Sustainable Food Production and Environmental Restoration, this conference serves as a significant platform for sharing knowledge and ideas, fostering collaboration, and generating valuable insights towards achieving a more sustainable future in agriculture and food system. I am Aryunisa, will serve you as the Master of Ceremony for this conference. First of all, we would like to welcome to Dr. Insinyur I. Ketut Karyasa, MSI, Head of the Center for Agriculture and Plantation Mechanization and Modernization of Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, who is here as the representative of the Minister of Agriculture, Republik Indonesia. Our warmest welcome to Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Jamaluddin Jompa, MSc, Honorable Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Professor Dr. Insinyur Risma Neswati, SPMP. Honorable Dean of Agriculture Technology Faculty, Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke, MSc, and Honorable the Chair of Committee of FSSAT, Professor Insinyur Muhammad Arsyad, MSc, PhD. Our invited speaker and keynote speaker, Dr. Mercedita Sombila, Center Director of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, Dr. Insinyur I. Ketut Karyasa, Head of the Center for Agricultural and Plantation Mechanization and Modernization, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. We also have Professor Dr. Insinyur Siti Subandia, MAGRSC from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Profesor Rusnadi Pajung from Universitas Hasanuddin Indonesia, Dr. Mahmud F. Sulaiman from King Saud University, Saudi Arabia, Professor Bini Santa from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and Dr. Silke Stober from Humboldt University, Berlin. Last but not least, welcome to all the presenters and participants of today's conference. Thank you for joining us. We are very delighted to have you in our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our activities today, we will be singing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. All audience, please be standing up.
Aku
Participants may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, let us take a moment to pray together, hoping that today's conference will run smoothly and bring meaningful outcomes. We invite Muhammad Farel Prayoga Ardiansyah SP to lead us in the prayer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God so that our event can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the Islam, and those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Dear our God, in this blessed moment, we gather here to hold the 5th International Conference on Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics. Bless this conference to be a meaningful and inspiring occasion as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience among scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May this conference bring benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, enlighten our minds, and lead us to be successful and productive in our work, so that we can bring honor and benefit to humankind. Guide and bless our hearts and minds with the light of your wisdom. Grant us clarity in our thoughts and our words, sincerity in our attentions, and harmony in our interactions. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is to have welcoming remarks by the Rector of Hasanuddin University. We cordially invite Professor Jamaluddin Jompa to deliver his speech and officially open today's conference.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning. My college, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and also Dean of Faculty of Agricultural Technology, he's coming soon. And Prof. Arsad as the chairperson, chairman for this international conference, all international delegates and speakers, distinguished speakers. Here with us here offline, Professor Nisantia. Is that right? Yeah. From University of Colombo. I was there when I was young. And my other colleagues from many different places through online, and also who's coming soon to this conference. All the professors, all speakers and students, and also keynote speakers, they're also joining us soon. First of all, I'd like to thank all the committee from the Faculty of Agriculture and also Faculty of Agricultural Technology. And of course, the organizing committee is the key player here in this session, especially Prof. Arsad, who initiated and conduct this with the team. I really wanted to appreciate the beginning of this remark because this is needed more than ever when we have so much challenge, so big issues that we need to tackle together. In all symposium that I attended, I always admire the spirit of all the scientists who try their best to provide solution for humanity. And today, I think the issue are so crucial for everybody. We can live we can live without handphone. Yeah, we can live without cars. Maybe even we can live without air conditioning. We can live without light. Maybe sometimes you have blackout, but we cannot live without food. And that's really crucial, considering that in 2050 the population will rise up to 10 billion population. That means it is our responsibility here in this room to play parts, to also contribute to solve the future problems. That this is what we call inevitable challenges and potential big problems. So I would like to thank you as a president of this university, Hassan University. Always welcome all college organizations, institutions, scientists to work with our scientists here. I will provide at best commitment to contribute. Our university always committed to contribute at the maximum level, at the maximum possible policy, and also contribution to be able to provide local, national, and also global problems. So the challenge, to name a few, one of them actually, the becoming even worse and worse, is climate change. So this is also really a combination of a very challenging problems. In one hand, our populations will increase inevitably, but on the other hand, climate change also cannot be resolved overnight. This will require a lot of climate negotiation. This will require a transition of energy, transition of technology, and I think agriculture, Prof. Arsad, Prof. Risma, and all my colleagues here in this room, please be with me, be with us to be able to really provide alternative ways of doing even agriculture itself in responding to climate change. That this is something that everybody needs to know. Yeah? Everybody needs to understand that this is something. Climate change has happened, not will happen, but has happened. I'm a marine scientist. Since 1998, the world actually was really, at the time, a shock with the reality that corals that can stand since billions of years ago, before even dinosaurs, died because of massively died worldwide, only because of the temperature rise up to more than 2 degrees Celsius above the average. And from that moment, I always mention that please, on the land, the man, the population, the animals, the plants will also experience the same what happened to our corals that die because climate change cannot adapt with the climate change. So indeed, this is something very serious need to be addressed. I do hope this is becoming cross-cutting issues. Everybody need to know from all the issues that will be discussed in this conference, from soils to plant physiology and protection, even like diseases and even business, because we need to create the world that even more friendly in terms of energy transition to use more what we call green energy. So welcome again to this conference. One more thing that I maybe need to emphasize, that due to the human growth, population growth, development growth, the lifestyles change, and everybody wanted to live in the luxury houses and buildings, and that means the natural resources will be competed with the use of lands by human lifestyle. So I think natural degradation cannot be avoided easily without very strong policy. So please, my friends from maybe agricultural policy making, please also provide solution that the world needs space for agriculture. No, we cannot use all the spaces only for entertaining the people lifestyle, to build malls everywhere and to provide so many luxurious facilities and sacrificing the lands. We cannot yet grow planes on air, on the sky. We still need the lands, and maybe that's also need required technology. Maybe in the future to use city, or we call farming, in a lot more urban farming, for example. And again, I wish I can be stay here also to learn, to share, to listen to all the presentation, because this is something that everybody need to know, and let's participate at Hasan University. Bu Risma, Prof. Arsad, Prof. Risma, ya, and all my colleagues from Faculty of Agriculture and related issue, please provide us with maybe much more detailed what we call actions needed, not only science and maybe research, but also we need to start doing actions along with other students. Let's do something to provide solution maybe for a new agricultural system that much more friendly in terms of climate friendly, more efficient, more productive, and also provide significant benefit for farmers. We need to make sure that the farmers generation in the future really will have a new paradigm, that farmers is not really something related or associated with what we call poor. Yeah, we need to change the image. We need to change the stigma that if you are a farmer, that means you are poor. We need to change that in order to be able to bring the young generation to go to the modern farming systems that really not only more productive, they are richer, but also they are more sustainable. And I think that's all about this conference will provide solution to be shared to anyone. But I wanted to emphasize that at Hasan University, please be good examples to be able to provide real solution and do action together. Maybe then we need to bring more students to the field, bring more students to the village, and hope that with that we can transform this knowledge into action to provide a real solution for our farmers and our society. I wish you all the best for the conference. Enjoy the time, Professor Nisanta. Don't be too serious only sitting in this room. You need to enjoy. Oh, you stay in Unas. Welcome to Unas Hotel. This is our own hotel, so if this is something not perfect, then we hope you understand. But so far, I think we have done our best. And please promote our hotels too. Rektor itu salah satu tugasnya promosi, Pak. That's all that I would like to convey to everybody. Welcome again to this conference and wish you all the best. Terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak Ibu semua. Saya perlu buka nggak? Ya, Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this conference on the 5th International Conference on Food Security and Sustainability in Agriculture in the Tropics. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. And I'm really sorry that I need to leave to the airport.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the next agenda, the conference report by the FSSAT Committee Chair. We invite Professor Insinyur Muhammad Arsyad, SP, MSc, PhD, to deliver the report.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Good morning, everybody. First of all, allow me to say thank you very much for Rector of Hasanuddin University, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, for opening of this conference, and all of the invited speakers. I also especially thanks to keynote speaker by Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, and at this moment represented by Dr. Ketut Karyasa as head of the Center for Agriculture Estate Development. Another one is I really appreciate to the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Prof. Risma, and Dean of Agricultural Faculty Technology, Prof. Salengke, and then all of the committee members of this FSST conference, and senior professor, all the faculty members come up here, and all of the invited speaker. I should report today that we have this conference. We have 250 abstract accepted by this conference, and then on the next slide, from this we have 33 participant applications, and 9 speakers of we already have here, and I should say that most popular topic of this conference, 45 abstract coming from the food science. Thank you very much for that. I also report that this conference of output of this conference will be published by 3 academic journals, and as you can see in the screen, and also another proceeding conference. Next. Okay, at this conference we have keynote speakers. As you already know that Minister of Agriculture, and also Dr. Mercidita as a Director of SEARCA in the Philippines. Next one, our speaker here, I can you can see, and then I especially also thanks to those speakers who are come up here in the faculty. Prof. Nisanta, thank you very much for coming. When I was contact him as a speaker, he cannot say no. So you have to come up here as an adjunct professor of Hasan University, and working as a head of Department of Organization Studies and Management in the University of Colombo. And all of the invited speakers who are in online system. Next. Okay, this is international participants. We got 16 people for participants with 11 countries. Thank you very much for joining us. Next. Then finally, because of this conference supported by 2 faculties, Faculty of Agriculture, and the Dean of the faculty is Prof. Risma. Thank you very much for supporting us. And the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Technology as a new faculties, Prof. Salengke, and all of the team, thank you very much. Of course, I am not forget for participant here. We have a senior professor as and also the head of the department, all of us here, and all of the institution lead we have here, and also PhD or master student who are coming up for this conference. And I really appreciate for that. And I'm expecting that this output of the conference will bring the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, and Faculty of Technology, Agriculture Technology, will have positive impact on not only publication as an output of this conference, but also we do something for local community, even local government, and also global society. We are expecting that we can get those final destination of this conference. Once again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Arshad, for the committee report and for your remarkable work in leading the organizing team. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the next agenda, opening remarks by the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture. Please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Risma Neswati, SPMP.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning for everyone. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Our respected and beloved Professor Jamaluddin Jompa, Rector of Hasanuddin University, just left. And Professor Dr. Insinyur Saling KMSC, Dean of Faculty of Agricultural Technology Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Arshad, MSc, the Committee Chairman of the 5th International Conference Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2025, Dr. Nur Faida, Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs Faculty of Agriculture Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Tutik Kuswinanti, MSc, Vice Dean Partnership, Innovation, Research and Alumni of the Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Rahmadani, Head of Quality Assurance, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, Dr. Renat Sainal, MSc, Vice Dean Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Hasanuddin University, Head of Departments, Senior Professor, Lecturer and Staff of Faculty of Agriculture and Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Hasanuddin University, Dr. Insinyur I. Ketut Karyasa, MSc, Head of Center for Plantation Agriculture Assembly and Modernization, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Mercedita Sombila, Center Director of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, Professor Dr. Insinyur Siti Subandia from Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rusnadi Pajung, MSc from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, Professor Damayanti Buhori from AIPB in University, Indonesia, Dr. Mahmud F. Sulaiman from King Saud University, Saudi Arabia, and Excellencies Professor Nisanta from University of Colombo. You have Dr. Silke Stober from Humboldt University, Berlin, Prof. Ruben Sakrabani from Cranfield University, England, Mr. Kao Xiang Tai from Taiwan Technical Mission, Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund, ICDF Taiwan, and Insinyur Muhlis Bahraini from PT Pacira Indonesia, and all presenter participants and sponsor of the 5th International Conference Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2025. Firstly, let us praise and be grateful to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for making this event possible this morning. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. I would like this opportunity to extend my gratitude to the Rector of Hasanuddin University, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, for his willingness to grace our officiating ceremony despite his busy schedule. Thank you. On behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, I would like to welcome to all participants to the 5th International Conference Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2025 with the theme Regenerative Agriculture for Sustainable Food Production and Environmental Restoration. Not to forget, I would like to welcome and thank you to our keynote speakers, Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Andi Amran Sulaiman, represented by Dr. Insinyur I. Ketut Karyasa MSc, Head of the Center for Plantation Agriculture, Assembly and Modernization, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, and Dr. Mercedita Sombila, Center Director of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, for taking the time to deliver keynote speeches today. Not to forget too, I would like to welcome and thank all the invited speakers from IPB University, Gadjah Mada University, Colombo University, Hasanuddin University, King Saud University, Humboldt University, Cranfield University, Taiwan Technical Mission, Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund, and PT Pachira Indonesia for taking the time to deliver speeches in the ICFSSAT 2025. This conference will not be a reality without the support of our beloved institution, Hasanuddin University, and our super collaboration with the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Hasanuddin University. Thank you for the full support and excellent cooperation. Last but not least, I want to congratulate and thank you the chairman of the 5th IC FSSAT 2025, Prof. Asyad, and the hard-working team. The hard-working team for making this conference is a reality. Before I end my speech, let's hope and pray that the two-day conference goes smoothly and, most importantly, achieve the objectives. I wish all the best for all presenters. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Risma, for your thoughtful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an official photo session right now. We request all of the participants in the Zoom meeting to open the camera and smile brightly while our operator will take a snap for us. We will do the first screen. Please smile brightly. 3, 2, 1. And for the second screen, 3, 2, 1. And the third screen, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. With the conference has been opened by Rector of UNHAS, we will now moving forward to the main agenda of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the keynote session, which will be delivered by Minister of Agriculture, represented by the head of the Center for Agricultural and Plantation Mechanization and Modernization, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, who is here as the representative of Dr. Insinyur Andi Amran Sulaiman. He is Dr. Insinyur I. Ketut Karyasa, MSc, Head of the Center for Agriculture and Plantation Mechanization and Modernization from 2025 until now. He specialized in agricultural modernization, data-driven planning, and strategic governance. He was also act as the head of the Planning Bureau, Ministry of Agriculture from 2020 until 2025. He served as the head of the Center for Agricultural Data and Information System from 2018 until 2022. He is also head of Program and Evaluation Division, Center for Socio-Economic and Agricultural Policy, Ministry of Agriculture from 2014 until 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Insinyur I Ketut Karyasa, MSI.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and selamat pagi from Jakarta, Indonesia. Honorable Director of Hasanuddin University, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Professor Risma Neswati, the Dean of Study and Research in Agriculture Siarka, Dr. Mesa Dita Sombalia, distinguished speaker and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us express our gratitude to Allah SWT, the Almighty, for His blessing, allowing us to attend the 5th International Conference on Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics under the topic Regenerative Agriculture, Sustainable Food and Production and Environmental Restoration with Good Health. And it is a great honor for me to have the opportunity to join in this international conference. On this occasion, I would like to convey the Ministry of Agriculture apology for not being able to attend this important international conference and ask me to represent him and deliver his presentation regarding agriculture development policies to achieve sustainable food self-sufficiency. Let us I share my presentation. Please open the still close for the okay. Like we know that the agriculture sector has a crucial play and strategic role in the national economic. This can be seen in supporting economic growth, with the agriculture sector contributing about 11 to 13% to the national GDP. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, the agriculture sector constantly grew positively, while other sectors contracted or experienced negative growth. The second role of agriculture sector is providing enough food for about 2 187 million people, as evidenced by relatively stable food prices and controlled food inflation. Agriculture sector also has a vital role in generating foreign exchange. Nearly 500 to 600 trillion of foreign exchange come from the export of agriculture product. Another role is serving as the primary source of income for farming household. More than 50% of farming household income come from the agriculture sector.
Excuse me,
And
Dr. Ketut,
yes,
could you please full screen your presentation?
not yet.
Could you please make it full screen?
Okay, please wait. Okay. Could you see?
Yes, very clear. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Okay. And the last of the role of agriculture sector is as the primary pointer of employment, with 28 to 30% of the workforce employed in the agriculture sector. In the playing this crucial role of agriculture sector, the agriculture sector face various challenges. Success, extreme climate change, and extreme climate, which can reduce food productivity of agriculture sector. And the second is geopolitical tension that can disrupt food distribution and also increase production costs. Many food production, producing countries restrict export of their agriculture product, and it could lead to food shortage in the global market. And the third challenge is poor agriculture human resources. Nearly 65% of farmers only have a primary education or even less. So it can slow down the adoption of agriculture technology, and also they not access to the market information. Another challenge is aging farmer. About 30% of farmers are over 60 years old. The challenge is how to attract the young generation to improve in the agriculture sector. And the number of tension workers is still limited also as the challenge in development of agriculture sector. Most of the extension workers must serve more than 2 or 3 villages. Ideally, one extension worker cover only one village. Indonesia is an archipelago country. Although national food production is sufficient, if we calculate in 1 years, but there is what is a surplus and deficit area. Therefore, distribution and logistic aspect are crucial to be improved in the next years. The last challenge is the conversion of agriculture land to non-agriculture uses is occurring persistent and massively. Based on data of the Ministry of ATR, more than 100,000 hectares per year of agricultural land are being converted to non-agriculture uses, while the capacity to open new irrigated land per year for rice is very, very limited. And if those challenges are not handled properly, they can lead to global food crisis. Globally, if we see the GRP report, severe hunger in 59 countries, and also about 750,000 a million undernourished people, and also 6.5% of Indonesia experiencing food insecurity. The world food crisis is fueling social and political conflict. In Asia, we can also see the impact of global food crisis. For example, in Asia, like in Philippines, declare food security emergency to lower rice prices, and in Japan also there is a in rice emergency. Prices are soaring to almost 400,000 rupiah per 5 kg rice. And also we the report or issue in media in Malaysia experience panic rice shortage as a reason for rice import from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, to address these challenges, Presiden Prabowo Subianto through his Astacita, Mission 70 program, priority program, and AK Rizal established the Ministry of Agriculture for achieving food self-sufficiency. At the inaugural address of President of Indonesia in 2024, he declared that Indonesia must immediately achieve food self-sufficiency in the shortest possible time. We must not rely on imported food. To continue to implement this policy, we have for cake program we outlined in the December 2nd, 2024 cabinet meeting. The first is food self-sufficiency. The second is nutritious diet, and the third is energy resilient or biofuel, and the fourth or the last is downstreaming of particularly of the estate crop to achieve to obtain the added value and boost the economic local in Indonesia. To breakthrough policy and program to achieve full self-sufficiency by 2025 that is implementing by Ministry of Agriculture. This is the first is ongoing land use optimization 2024 about 350,000 hectares separated in some areas in Indonesia. And the second is the new land use optimization of 500,000 hectare, and that is open new irrigated land for rice of 200 to 5,000 hectare, and the fourth is developing irrigation pump in rapid land of 500,000 hectare, and collaborating with the Ministry of Public Work to utilize of potential rice of 300,000 hectare. And the last is developing intercropping of upland rice on non-yielding estate crop of 300,000 hectare. Ladies and gentlemen, do support have impact on improvement both of macroeconomic and rice production. This is the impact of the support on macroeconomic achievement. For example, the agriculture sector contribution to national GDP increased to 13.83%, and the farmer exchange rate, we call Indonesia nilai tukar petani, that reflect farmer welfare increased to 100 and to 24.36, and the agriculture product export rate 5,007.78 trillion rupiah, or increased by 42.90% compared to 2024. And the agriculture sector absorbed of 38 of 930 million people, or increased by 1.80% compared to 2024. Besides that, if we in the effort of increasing rice production also have yielding promising result. Based of the Central Statistics Agency data show that during January-November 2025, rice production Indonesia reached 57.9 million ton of ash rice, or increase about 12.72% compared to 2024, and equivalent to 33.19 million ton of rice, an increase of 12.62% compared to 2024. And also there was also a surplus around 4.82 million ton of rice, and there was government rice reserve of around 4.2 million ton. And in 2025, not rice imported for general consumption. That is what is achievement in rice production. And also the USDAP project Indonesia 2024-2025 rice output at 34.6 million ton, the highest in ASEAN, surpassing Thailand and Vietnam. And the FAO forecast that Indonesia will able to produce rice of 35.6 million ton in 2025. And the report of the Bulog also to increase reservoir, Bulog has absorbed about 2.8 4 million tons of grain, or increased by 2,000%, lifting national rice stock to 4.2 million tons. This is the highest in 57 years, and all of the stock come from domestic production without import. Ladies and gentlemen, to make the agriculture sector more effective and profitable for farmers, a transformation from traditional to modern agriculture is necessary. Transformation, it is necessary, characterized by the massive use of agriculture mechanization. Modern agriculture can reduce production costs by approximately 50% and increase production by up to 100%. The Ministry of Agriculture continues to encourage farmers to use agriculture mechanization. By 2024, for example, the use of agriculture mechanization in Indonesia reached 3.5 horsepower per hectare and increased significantly compared to 0.5 horsepower hectare in 2015. It's been there is what is increased significantly in using of the agriculture mechanization in Indonesia. And to accelerate the adoption of innovation technology, it is necessary to encourage genset improvement in the agriculture sector. We have to utilize the demographic bonus to encourage them to improve in the agriculture sector. Why? Because the genset is highly knowledgeable and really understand the use of digital-based technology, such as the application of precision agriculture and smart farming, which support environmentally friendly agriculture implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, food self-sufficient is not just an ideal, but a strategic imperative for regional and national resilience. Therefore, synergy and collaboration between academic, entrepreneur, government, communities, and the media are necessary as a form of shared commitment to supporting local food production, protecting sustainable agriculture land, and strengthening farmer independence. The role of universities in supporting modern agriculture is a crucial part, serving as sources of innovation, agent of change in the transformation of agriculture development, and assisting farmers in implementing field practices as intellectual initiating business practices, and as actor in modern agriculture business. I believe that by working hand in hand, fostering synergy and strong collaboration between the Ministry of Agriculture and local government, including university agriculture production, can increase, and the government target of achieving food self-sufficiency in the shortest possible time can be realized. I wish this conference success in shaping actionable recommendation to support the achievement of sustainable food self-sufficiency. I think that all I can deliver is the moment. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iketut Karyasa, MSE. We are truly honored to have you as our keynote speaker as an outstanding agriculture figure and share your innovative agricultural program from Ministry of Agriculture in the Republic of Indonesia with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with our second keynote speaker. It is our greatest honor to invite the Center Director of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, CIRSA, Dr. Mercedita A. Sombila. She is specialist in policy economist and regional leader in food system transformation. She was also a former Undersecretary, Department of Agriculture and NIDA, Philippines, expert in agricultural policy, food security, and climate integration, contributor to rice traffication law and ASEAN Green Growth Frameworks, and also promotes evidence-based policy making for resilient food system. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mercedita Sombila.
Baik, setengah 10.
Ih, bisa-bisanya. Panjangnya Kak, lipat ya. Mana?
Gimana seminarnya negara?
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all the participants online and offline. Good morning, and we welcome all of you, the honorable speakers and all participants to this great international conference. Now we still have about 10 minutes for the time before the second speaker. The second keynote speaker. So I would like to invite all of you to enter the discussion session with Bapak Karyasa. I hope Bapak Karyasa still here with us online in Zoom. Bapak Ketut Karyasa, can you hear us here from here? Bapak Ketut Karyasa, excuse me, sir. We're going to discuss the material that your presentation. Are you still here with us? Okay.
Okay, I still here.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Bapak. Bapak izin, we are going to discuss more about your presentation. So please stay with us. And I would like to invite all the participants here or online. If you have any question that you want to discuss with Bapak Ketut Karyasa, Bapak still here with us. So I invite you all. Bapak Karyasa, it's very interesting, the presentation you delivered before. I saw that Indonesia have a prediction for the rice production, and it looks like that we are going to be a leading country for the rice and self-sufficient. And I believe that Bapak Mentan really hard work, for the achievement for the self-sustainability for the rice production. How strong is Indonesia now, Bapak Ketut Karyasa, to achieve that potential in the future? Bapak Ketut Karyasa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, silakan, Pak.
Like what is the advice of the Ministry of Culture? Because that is the national policy how we can to achieve the self-sufficiency, particularly for rice in shortest time. So the policy of Ministry of Agriculture is how we can to focus to what is to manage. The first is from the budget. We have to focus to use the budget on the to increase the rice production. That is the first. The second is encourage the farmer to use new technology. For example, a good variety of seed, and encourage the farmer to use full mechanization to increase the productivity, to reduce the what is cost of production. And also we have like Brigade Pangan, attract the young farmer to engage to improve in the agriculture sector. So we hope through this way we can increase the rice production significantly in the future. Because even though we have money or budget, for example, with there is global food crisis. It is difficult if most of the main producer of rice in the world restrict to export their rice production. For example, in the last 2 years, we have a good lesson learned. So in the future, we have to not really on the import or the international import market. We have to strongly to increase the food production. So we want to reduce our dependency on the water market. I think in the short time, maybe in these years, Indonesia will fully achieve the self-sufficiency for rice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer, Bapak Ketut Karyasa. Again, I would like to invite all participants. Any question from our participant here offline with us here in the Faculty of Agriculture, present online, maybe? Yeah, I think this is very interesting topics, yeah, because while we have this growing population and Indonesia is the largest world population in the world, so we really need to work hard for this self-sufficient. We still eat rice, I think, in Indonesia, and we do also have to hard work in put the hard work and put efforts in self-sufficiency. How about participant online participant? Do you have any? Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I am Nghị, come from Vietnam. I work for quantitative resource and natural resource and climate change. And I have one question. When I just heard about presentation mentioned to about seedlings, seeds for rice, and I have been participated one workshop in Bangladesh. I saw that they have some seed that adapted with like brackish water, marine and fresh water. And I don't know, because in Vietnam now we need the good seed for rice in the brackish water. Sea level rising and Mekong Delta in the South Vietnam impacted by the salinity. So I heard from him about the seed for rice and technology. So I would like to learn from Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak. And please, Bapak Ketut Karyasa. Time is yours, Pak.
Thank you. Yeah, what is sharing information from the participant from Vietnam? Yeah, in what is Ministry of Agriculture, we have so many variety of what is good seed for rice. We have what is salinity. What is seed for rice that tolerate both to what is salinity, drying, and so on. We have like what is Indonesia Center for rice development and modernization in Sukamandi. Maybe if you need know more about the variety of the seed for rice, maybe you can what is a visit or connect with the Indonesia Center for seed development and modernization in West Java in Sukamandi, sir. Okay, I think that book I can answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Karyasa, Bapak Ketut Karyasa. I would like to invite one more question from our online participants. If you would like to ask and to discuss something with Bapak Karyasa, this is a golden opportunity because Bapak Karyasa is a representative of our Minister for Agriculture. From online participant, please. Is there anyone would like to raise hand? You can raise hand. Or maybe in the comment, please, Kamita, is there any in the comment? Okay. Yeah. One participant raised hand. I cannot see from here, but Ya? Daiva. Oke. Silahkan, Bu.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given. What I want to ask for Mr. Karyasa. Okay, my question is what is existing government policy to have a self-sufficiency for agriculture now? Maybe this my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Please, Bapak Ketut Karyasa.
Bu Depa, thank you. I think that is a interesting question. To achieve the self-sufficiency for rice in certain time, we have some what is a policy or program. Beside we have existing program, or we can to maintain the what is the existing rice production, and also we want to get additional rice production to balance the what is the demand. Like what is presented in my presentation here, we have what is SIG program, SIG activity to what is to increase the rice production in order to achieve self-sufficiency for rice. For example, the first is Bu Depa, we what is utilize or optimize of the swampy area to get the additional what is index cropping index. We want to increase cropping index. We already what is started to do this activity in 2024 about 3,500 hectare, and we continue this activity in 2025. Besides that, also we what is had as new land to optimize also in 2025 about 500 hectare. And also, like you, maybe you hear from what is media, our government also in this year open new irrigated land for rice about 225,000 hectare in some area like in what is central Kalimantan, in South Sumatra, and in other provinces. And also we what is development the agriculture water pump, particularly in the rapid area. It is about 500 hectare. We what is optimize the rampant area through the developing the agriculture water pump, and also the collaboration with the Ministry of Public Work, Menteri PO, we development or we what is try to optimize the planting potential area of rice. It is about 300,000 hectare. And the last is we try to what is developing the dryland rice. In Indonesia we call padi gogo. What is as the intercropping in the estate crop that not yet what is yield, yang belum menghasilkan, Bu, itu. That is some what is main program of activities that is being implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture in 2025 in order to increase the rice production significantly in order to achieve self-sufficiency for rice quickly. I think that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer, Bapak Ketut Karyasa. How about that, Ibu Deva? Thank you very much again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karyasa.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think enough for the discussion. And now I would like to represent the committee and the Faculty of Agriculture to say thank you very much for Bapak Ketut Karyasa for the presentation. And yeah, greatly appreciated, Pak. And stay
Welcome,
healthy.
Bu.
Yeah, and we really have a good good feeling for the Minister of Agriculture and such a great efforts for our agriculture in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the end of the first keynote speaker. And while we're waiting for the second keynote speaker session, maybe we can wait for the time for Ms. Mercedita. I would like to give back to the Master of Ceremony and the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ivayanti, and also our first keynote speaker, Mr. Ketut Karyasa, MSE, as the head of the Center for Agriculture and Plantation Mechanization and Modernization, Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Mercedita, are you here with us?
Just give us 2 minutes. She's on the way.
All right.
She's in another event, but she will come here in 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for Dr. Mercedita to present, I will read again her brief CV. She is a center director of Seameo Siersa Philippines and also act as policy economist and regional leader in food system transformation. She was also a former Undersecretary, Department of Agriculture and NIDA in Philippines. She is also expert in agricultural policy, food security, and climate integration. She also contributes a lot to rice traffication law and ASEAN Green Growth frameworks and promotes evidence-based policy making for resilient food system. Hello, Dr. Mercedita.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
It's very good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Am I clear?
Yes, very clear. We can see you very clear and hear very clear. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mercedita Sombila.
Okay, can I have my first slide, please? Good morning to everyone who are participating here. I'm really sorry I am coming to you online, but nevertheless, I hope that I will be able to do justice for my delivery of this keynote address. Thank you for inviting me, for inviting Serga. It is really an honor and a privilege to speak before all of you. My presentation, you have to do it. Slide? No, is that already on a slide mode? Yes. Okay. My presentation, titled Regenerative Agriculture for Sustainable Food Production and Environment Restoration, aims to highlight the importance of regenerative agriculture as a transformative approach to sustainable food production and environmental protection. Allow me to illuminate the critical role of regenerative agriculture as a transformative approach for sustainable food production and environmental restoration. And then at the later part of my presentation, will show you some examples of what we are doing at the center in terms of really promoting regenerative agriculture in Southeast Asia. Modern agriculture has played a critical role in increasing food production. It made it possible to feed the growing global population. That that success has come at a cost, one that is now catching up with us. We are witnessing a decline in yield across crops. Years of intensive monoculture, excessive tillage, and synthetic input dependency resulted in soil degradation. The topsoil, the very layer that sustains plant, is eroding. What remains is often compacted, low organic matter, and increasingly reliant on chemical support to maintain an output, thereby creating a harmful cycle. The issue is exacerbated by the loss of biodiversity. To expand cropland and livestock operations, we humans have cleared forests, drained wetlands, and converted grasslands. Over 70% of natural habitats have already been altered with them. We have lost countless species, many critical to health agroecosystems. The decline of these species increases stress on food crops, leading again to reduced yields and greater reliance on chemical pesticides and herbicides, which further harm the environment. Indeed, another negative loop. And then there's climate change, which leads to more frequent and severe extreme weather events. Drought lasts longer. The United Nations Convention Combat Desertification reports a 29% increase in the frequency and duration of droughts globally in 2000. This has really been increasing in the past few decades. Heat waves are record-breaking. In October 2024, Indonesia, for example, recorded a high of 38.4 degrees centigrade. In the Philippines, we have been experiencing with the heat wave, temperature levels of even higher than that, 39, 40 degrees centigrade. Moreover, flooding is more frequent and more intense. Just a few months ago, in July 2025, 3 powerful tropical storms contributed to significant flooding in population-dense regions of the Philippines. This, combined with the onset of the monsoon season, damaged homes, stopped business operations, and flooded roadways. These unprecedented calamities can devastate harvests, disrupt planting schedules, and result in crop failures, ultimately threatening the stability of food supplies. Soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change are no longer isolated challenges. They are overlapping, reinforcing each other, and exposing weaknesses in our entire food system. To solve this, we need a shift on how we farm, one that restores the soil, promotes biodiversity, and makes our food system more resilient to impacts of a climate change. That is the regenerative agriculture. By definition, regenerative agriculture is a farming approach that prioritizes soil health. According to the Noble Research Institute, NRI, it involves restoring degraded soils through various management practices such as adaptive grazing, no-till planting, and minimizing or eliminating the use of pesticides and synthetic fertilizers. At its core, it seeks to harmonize with nature as it reverses degradation and enhances soil health to achieve a state that is better than the current condition. Natural Resource Defense Council in 2021 listed 3 principles of regenerative agriculture. The first principle is nurturing relationships within and across ecosystems by promoting interconnectedness and cooperation.
Recording in progress.
Among all living things on a farm. Rather than viewing a farm as a mere production system, this principle embraces it as a dynamic ecosystem working with nature's processes to create harmony and resilience. This involves fostering healthy relationship between below ground life, which enhances the soil food web, including bacterial and earthworms through practices like minimal tillage and cover cropping, which improve nutrient cycle and soil health. Second one would be the plants and animals, which integrate livestock to graze on cover crops and pastures, stimulating plant growth, distributing nutrients through manure, and building soil organic matter, mirroring natural grassland systems.
Nanti, Bapak pacarin dulu. Saya pilih dulu ya, kalau gitu ya.
Can somebody turn off your
Minta yang itu ada yang mau wakil ya saya.
system, please? Your microphone, Miss Raji, Farida, and Miss Kementan. Oh, thank you very much. The third one is the farm and its surroundings. We should perceive the farm as part of a larger landscape practices like agroforestry and planting pollinator-friendly hedgerows, create habitats for beneficial insects, which offer natural pest control and pollination services. By fostering these healthy relationships, the farm increases its ecological resilience or the ability to withstand disturbances and recover while maintaining its fundamental structure and functions. The second regenerative agricultural principle is prioritizing soil health. Soil health is defined as the continuous capacity of soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. Healthy soil gives us clean air and water, bountiful crops and forests, productive grazing lands, diverse wildlife, and beautiful landscape. The methods for caring for soil can differ depending on the specific needs of each farm. However, all regenerative farmers aim for the same goal, to disturb the ground as little as possible. Instead, they focused on nourishing and preserving the biological structures created by bacteria, fungi, and other soil microbes. These structures in turn provide valuable benefits to the environment above the ground. The last principle is reducing reliance of synthetic inputs. As farmers prioritize soil health, they tend to use fewer chemical inputs. This shifts allows beneficial insects and wildlife to thrive, while diverse crop and livestock rotations help disrupt weed cycles. Consequently, the ecosystem becomes more resilient. Additionally, using fewer toxic chemicals reduces the health risks for human and enhances financial independence by eliminating the recurring costs associated with synthetic inputs. Let us now turn to the benefits of regenerative agriculture. I've listed here 5 of them, and I think there are going to be a little bit more. Earlier in my presentation, we touched on some benefits of regenerative agriculture, but allow me to bring a sharper focus to a few standout advantages based on insights from the World Economic Forum in 2023. Let's start with the soil fertility. Regenerative agriculture enhances soil fertility by boosting biomass production. A study of Colombi et al. 2025 showed that regenerative agriculture leads to increase in soil organic carbon. That's about 22% increase. Total nitrogen increases 28%, and microbial biomass carbon about 133% compared to conventional farming. In regenerative agriculture, the goal is not just to prevent degradation, but instead we aim to create conditions where soil thrives year after year. The second benefit is on greenhouse gas emission mitigation. Very, very important now with our concern for the increasing temperature beyond 1.5 degrees, in the next couple of decades. Agriculture contributes about 18.4% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Regenerative agriculture addresses this by promoting carbon sequestration through practices like cover cropping and reduced tillage, which maintain soil integrity that helps prevent carbon release and promote carbon storage. This is crucial for reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide and mitigating climate change. We also see a clear shift in nutrient use efficiency. Over time, as soil health improves, crops utilize a greater share of its nutrient, resulting in higher yields and more effective land use. Because the soil is more efficient at providing nutrients, farmers can now reduce their reliance on synthetic pesticides and fertilizers. A study in the US by Bugas et al. 2023 found that some regenerative farms decreased pesticide use by up to 75% and fertilizer use by up to 50%. Additionally, research from the University of California revealed that farms practicing regenerative agriculture had 15 to 20% higher water infiltration and water holding capacity rates compared to conventional farms. This helps crops to better withstand drought periods and reduce the overall need for supplemental irrigation, therefore promoting water use sufficiency. Another benefit is on biodiversity promotion. Regenerative farming practices significantly enhance biodiversity on farms through various methods that foster a more resilient and more diverse ecosystem. Examples of these practices include polyculture, crop rotation, and agroforestry, which encourage a diverse range of plant and tree species to thrive, thereby supporting a broader variety of insects, birds, and other wildlife. Another one is cover cropping, which promotes the planting of cover crops like clover, rye, or legumes during off-seasons to help protect and enrich the land. These provide habitat and food for insects and microorganisms, which in turn attract birds and other wildlife. And finally, regenerative agriculture enhances farmer livelihoods. In an article by Noong and Savitri, 2025, they shared that adopting regenerative farming practices has improved the livelihoods and profits of farmers in Vietnam and Indonesia. In Vietnam, efficient water use, elimination of straw burning, and optimized use of agricultural inputs have reduced farm costs by up to $157 per hectare. Meanwhile, Indonesian farmers have experienced yield gains and a growth in net profit margin from 3.89% to 17% between 2022 to 2025, which is the period of study. As a result, farmers become less vulnerable to volatile markets. Let me now share with you some Southeast Asian experiences with regards to regenerative agriculture. Southeast Asia has long been a vital hub for agriculture, backed by its lush tropics and fertile soils. However, evident in the examples I presented earlier, the region now is facing soil degradation, loss of biodiversity, and climate change impacts. It's in this context that the need for regenerative agriculture practices has become more critical than ever. Let me discuss with you concrete examples of how the Southeast Asian region is implementing regenerative agricultural practices to combat these challenges. Thailand, Thai Rice for Life Initiative. The Sustainable Platform, or SRP, and Economy and Environment Partnership for the Lower Mekong Subregion Research Center at Khon Kaen University have collaborated under the Thai Rice for Life initiative to promote sustainable rice farming. With funding and technical support from USRP Sustainable Rice Platform, this innovative project is transforming rice cultivation in Thailand while enhancing environmental stewardship, supporting rural livelihoods, and improving public health. Launched in 2024, the project was implemented across 37 villages in Phrai, UN District, involving 249 farming households and cultivating over 240 hectares of rice farmland. What began as a local pilot program has quickly evolved into a model with broader impact, yielding results that are both measurable and significant. Within a year, farmers who transitioned to sustainable practices achieved over 30% higher yields due to improved water, seed, and nutrient management, 30% lower production costs resulting from more efficient use of inputs, and increased net income of 1,700 Thailand baht per rai, approximately $325 per hectare. Next, let's go to Indonesia. It is another commendable regenerative agricultural initiative in Southeast Asia, which is on the trial of regenerative farming in Indonesia. In 2023, Kaleka, formerly Yayasan Inubu, a nonprofit research organization, trialed regenerative farming with independent oil palm smallholders in Seruyan Regency, Central Kalimantan, Indonesia, to increase the productivity and profitability of their palm oil farming businesses. They introduced three main regenerative agricultural activities, namely using organic and recycled fertilizers, mulching and organic pest or weed control, planting oil palms in agroforestry, combining them with other tree species, and moving away from the monoculture plantation setting, and supporting farmers diversifying their livelihood by integrating oil palm with cattle and intercropping crops. To date, the organization has supported 222 independent smallholders across 7 villages in Seruyan. Let's go now to Cambodia and the biochar production using rice husks. A notable initiative in Cambodia involves a collaboration between Atmosphere, a German nonprofit organization, and Husk, an organization based in Cambodia and Spain. They are constructing a pyrolysis plant, an industrial facility that thermally decomposes waste materials like plastics and tires in an oxygen-free environment in Kampong Thom, Cambodia, which will utilize innovative technology to convert rice husks into biochar. The pyrolysis plant will be commissioned in November 2025. So I hope that it has already been commissioned and will produce approximately 3 tons of biochar every day from 6 tons of rice husks, which will then produce 620 tons of biochar per year, which will permanently sequester 750 tons of CO2 in the ground. Biochar is then used, when incorporated in soil, they can be used, they can really enrich soil health, in rice farms. Let me go to my third part of my presentation, the prospects and opportunities for scaling regenerative agriculture. With clear and substantial benefits, we expect the entire agricultural value chain from farmers to consumers to be driving regenerative agriculture forward at full speed, but it's not happening as fast. Why? Despite the long-term gains, we have not yet made regenerative farming commercially viable enough in the short term, especially for our farmers. Let me now explain to you the real transformative opportunities that regenerative agriculture holds. First, its climate mitigation aspect. Echoing one of its benefits, regenerative methods can help slow down climate change by storing carbon in soil and reducing emissions. The World Economic Forum in 2022 estimated that if just 1 in 5 farmers in the European Union adopts sustainable practices such as regenerative agriculture or farming, global agricultural emissions could decrease by 6% annually by 2030. That alone should put it at the top of every national agenda. A second opportunity is with regards to the market value. Consumers increasingly seek responsibly grown food, giving regenerative products high value and credibility. This enables farmers to reach premium markets that reward quality and sustainability, not just quantity. A report done by Viper in May 2025 showed that the main motivations for purchasing regenerative agricultural products are environmental impact, health benefits, and taste and quality. The third opportunity is on technology. Regenerative agriculture is becoming more efficient and sustainable with advanced technologies, like AI-based soil monitors, IoT sensors, drones, and satellite data. These tools deliver real-time decision support, enabling early detection of crop health issues, optimized irrigation, and targeted application of fertilizers and pesticides. As a result, farmers minimize chemical and water use, reduce environmental impact, while increasing productivity by over 25% worldwide. Lastly, we are also seeing promising partnerships. Public-private alliances are giving farmers access to data, infrastructure, and expertise, with governments acting as early adopters and the private sector offering financing, training, and guaranteed sourcing. Mennonite Economic Development Association, a non-government organization, is collaborating with the Philippine Regional Crop Protection Center to introduce the use of microbial solutions to farmers. Meanwhile, Nestle Philippines Incorporated collaborates with coffee farmers, communities, the government, and the development agencies to promote a comprehensive regenerative agricultural model aiming to conserve and rehabilitate soil health, biodiversity, and water. Yes, the transition to regenerative agriculture requires investment as it needs new tools, techniques, and thinking, but the opportunities are immense. And if we get the incentives aligned, the partnerships working, and policies moving, then regenerative agriculture won't just grow, it will definitely thrive. Now let me, mention about, the highlights of my talk. To reiterate, regenerative agriculture is a farming practice focused on improving soil health and reversing environmental degradation. It operates on three main principles: nurturing relationships within ecosystems, prioritizing soil health by minimizing mechanical disturbance, and reducing reliance on synthetic inputs such as pesticides and fertilizers. This approach offers multiple benefits, including improved soil fertility, enhanced nutrient and water use efficiency, and increased biodiversity. It also mitigates climate change by sequestering carbon in the soil and contributes to farmers' livelihoods by reducing costs and increasing resilience to climate and market shocks. Despite the clear benefits, widespread adoption of regenerative agriculture faces short-term viability challenges for farmers. However, the long-term opportunities are significant, including climate change mitigation through carbon sequestration, access to markets that value sustainably grown food, leveraging new technology like precision tools and AI to make regenerative practices more efficient, and promising public-private partnership that can provide financing, training, and a guaranteed market for regenerative products. What can we do? What can you do? What can all of us do? Having learned about the promise of regenerative agriculture, what actions can you take as researchers, educators, students, or just, common person? In what ways can you contribute to advancing this field? As researchers, you will address knowledge gaps that hinder widespread adoption by providing quantifiable evidence and creating context-specific tools. You can conduct rigorous and long-term studies to quantify the impact of regenerative agriculture practices and specific metrics such as soil carbon release, water use efficiency, and nutrient density in various crops. You can also craft localized financial benchmarks that track the full costs, inputs, labor and capital, and benefits, reduced reliance on synthetics and market access during the farm's transition period from conventional to regenerative farming. And if you are capable, please also develop precision regenerative technologies such as soil health monitoring applications, remote sensing protocols, and farmer-friendly manuals that can aid on farm decisions. As educators, who are responsible for producing skilled workforce and facilitating the transfer of knowledge to farmers and the public, the most important step that you can try is to revise agricultural and environmental science curricula to center on agroecology and holistic systems thinking, veering away from prescriptive, input-dependent instruction. You can also utilize university farms as real-world demonstration sites for side-by-side comparison of regenerative and conventional systems. Another way by which you could, promote regenerative agriculture would be to collaborate with technology experts, innovators, in teaching farmers and students how to leverage modern tools. For example, use of GIS, the drones, the remote sensing, for precision management of regenerative practices. And of course, connect with key stakeholders and partner with extension workers and farmer groups to facilitate peer-to-peer knowledge exchange. Farmers often trust other farmers more than academics. For students, you are essential drivers of regenerative agriculture, bringing fresh ideas and digital skills needed to scale and promote the approach. The top strategy you can do is to buy from local farmers as much as possible. Farmers will be eager to adopt regenerative agriculture if there is viable market for it. Shun from eating more and more processed food. Next is to learn more about regenerative practices and to share what you have learned with friends and family. People value learning from those they trust. And last but not the least, you can start a regenerative garden by planting a few native species. Gardening can be a rewarding way to connect with nature and teach your family and friends about sustainable practices. Now, please allow me to share with you about my home organization. Circa, in our 12th year, my home organization, which is the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Agricultural Research and Agricultural Education and Research for Agriculture. In our 12th five-year development plan, sustainable transformation of agricultural systems through innovation in Southeast Asia is CIRCA's theme. With this theme, CIRCA is committed to transform Southeast Asian agriculture into a climate resilient, inclusive, and future-ready sector by focusing on policies, institutions, training, practices, people, and promoting scholarships of students in PhD and masters that would really go into, sustainable agricultural courses. To achieve this, CIRCA aims to advance science policy practice initiatives, foster strategic collaboration for evidence-based policy and policymaking and innovation, and promote the broad dissemination of knowledge among key stakeholders through activities carried out by its three core programs: Education and Collective Learning Department, Research and Thought Leadership Department, and Emerging Innovation for Growth Department. As part of this commitment, CIRCA promotes regenerative agriculture through our various initiatives, often integrated with our broader programs focused on sustainable and climate resilient agriculture. On graduate scholarship and training programs. Our graduate scholarship training programs, such as the Joint Degree Masters of Science in Food Security and Climate Change, aim to equip future leaders and researchers with knowledge and skills needed to develop and implement sustainable practices, including those central to regenerative agriculture. This initiative supports learning all three key principles of regenerative agriculture, namely nurturing relationships within and across ecosystems, prioritizing soil health, and reducing reliance on synthetic inputs. The MS on Food Security and Climate Change is offered by 5 members of our Southeast Asian University Consortium for Graduate Education in Agriculture and Natural Resources, namely Kasetsart University in Thailand, University of the Philippines Los Baños in the Philippines, University Putra Malaysia in Malaysia, the IPB in Bogor, University and Universitas Gadjah Mada, both in Indonesia. Furthermore, CIRCA implements on-the-ground projects that incorporate all three regenerative principles, one of which is our School Plus Home Gardens, cum Biodiversity Enhancement and Enterprise. This project promotes gardening in schools and homes to improve nutrition and diversify diets. It emphasizes biodiversity enhancement and sustainable practices such as planting of local and indigenous crops using biofertilizers and biopesticides and composting. CERCA also conducted comprehensive trainings and workshops on organic farming methods, soil health management, and water conservation techniques for Filipino calamansi farmers under the project Upgrading the Calamansi Value Chain towards improving the calamansi industry of Oriental Mindoro, one of our provinces here in the Philippines. This holistic strategy not only boosts the farmer productivity, but also ensures environmental sustainability, a crucial factor in their long-term agricultural success. Just recently, we launched a rice straw biogas hub in one of our municipalities here in Laguna Province in the Philippines. The Rice Straw Biogas Hub, or RSBH, is a collaborative climate mitigation initiatives in the Philippines funded by the Innovate UK and in collaboration with Aston University. RSBH aims to transform rice straw into biochar and compost for soil regeneration, as well as substrate for food and feed production and feedstock for clean energy, thereby directly supporting the principle of regenerative agriculture, which prioritizes soil health. RSBH also seeks to empower small-scale rice farmers by creating a supportive environment through the promotion of innovative machinery for rice harvesting, straw collection, rice drying, and low-energy milling. These services will not only help increase farmers' incomes, but also significantly reduce harmful emissions. CERCA also funds and supports research that explores the regenerative and nature-based solutions. We support the promising projects that address real-world agricultural challenges through our grants for research towards agriculture innovative solutions, or what is better known as grains. Awarded in 2022, Inciclo, a startup venture, is converting market and household waste into feed and fertilizer with the aid of insect known as black soldier. This aligns with regenerative agriculture principles, prioritizing soil health and reducing reliance on synthetic inputs, as it focuses not only on waste recycling, but also on improving soil health through organic compost. The project provides an alternative to expensive animal feed and conventional fertilizer, which is often a major source of environmental degradation. Lastly, CERCA collaborates with diverse partners from government agencies to private sector companies to accelerate the adoption of regenerative climate resilient solutions. The Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security Enhancement Acceleration, or the SAFE Acceleration Program, is designed to support enterprises that develop regenerative climate resilient solutions, helping to scale these innovations and integrate them into business models across Southeast Asia. Just this year, an enterprise from the Philippines was selected as part of the SAFE Acceleration Program based on strong market traction and growth potential. The Katuparan Producers Cooperative is a community-led business venture that produces sustainable pet food and therapeutic foods using local crops such as sweet potato, peanuts, and moringa, thereby boosting farmer livelihoods and promoting regenerative agriculture in La Union. CERCA is at the forefront of promoting regenerative agriculture in Southeast Asia, focusing on sustainable practices that restore soil health, enhance biodiversity, and increase farm productivity. By advocating for regenerative techniques such as organic farming, intercropping, and waste recycling, CERCA helps farmers transition towards systems that do not only yield better crops but also invigorate reinvigorate the environment. The center collaborates with various stakeholders to implement education and capacity building initiatives, conduct research, promote innovative practices that highlight the significance of regenerative practices in enhancing resilience to climate change and ensuring long-term food security in the region. In CIRCA's 12th Five-Year Development Plan, Sustain South Asia, we embrace programs and initiatives that reflect our commitment to regenerative and climate resilient agriculture. In closing, modern agriculture indeed functions as a double-edged sword. It is essential to find balance between maximizing food production and preserving environmental health. Sustainable practices such as regenerative agriculture, along with technological advancement, can pave the way for a more equitable agricultural system that meets the needs of the planet and its people. Addressing the challenges of modern agriculture is critical for the future of food security and health of our ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Mercedita. I am Eva, the moderator of for the keynote speaker session and invited speaker session. It's very interesting presentation, Dr. Mercedita, and we thank you for the fruitful information that you gave us today. And I think we still have a little bit more time, and I would like to invite a participant to ask question or to discuss something with you. Please stay with us, Dr. Mercedita. And I can see one of the online participant, Ibu Eka Wisdawati, has raised hand. So I would like to give the chance for Ibu Eka to ask question to Dr. Mercedita. Time is yours, Ibu Eka. Maybe you still mute. Ibu Eka, you can unmute your microphone, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for Mrs. Eva to give me chance to question for Ms. Mercedita. Mercedita. So the first the first slide said that you say that there is the problem of the modern agriculture, like the decline in yield, soil degradation, and etc. And I agree with your statement about that, because in Indonesia the same problem because the modern agriculture, but that we know. Especially for me, because I'm the focus in the soil microbiology about use the microbe for in the soil. So I want to know in Filipina, especially for biofertilizer. So the question. How the biofertilization application in Philippines, if we compare with the synthetic fertilizer. And the second, what is the public perception about the biofertilizer? And maybe the third, there are policy from the Philippine government about forbidden to use the synthetic fertilizer, or how to make the society to decrease use the synthetic fertilizer. I think that's all.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think there are three questions there. What is the extent of use of biofertilizer already in the Philippines? Okay. And what is the perception of farmers using biofertilizers? And the third one is if there are policies in the government that prevents now, or that hinders the use of synthetic fertilizers. That's still one of the problems that we have, not only in the Philippines, I think, but across different a number of countries. The production of biofertilizer is not still enough. Okay, so there is still dearth of supply of biofertilizer. But that is already a concern that is really now being attended to. And so many of our, like the University of the Philippines, where CIRCA is located, that's a university, and they have already bio-nitrogen and biofertilizer, which they are now developing, and which they have already been giving to rights for some of the private sector to produce more of this. Farmers, of course, are now being made aware of the importance and the significance of and the value of using biofertilizer. Of course, there are still mixed, results in the use of biofertilizer and the synthetic fertilizers. Some farmers really have very good, have very good results in terms of their use of biofertilizers, but other farmers is really, not still having, satisfactory results in terms of their use of biofertilizers. So they still cling on synthetic fertilizers. This is where we need more research to be done. Research that really improves how biofertilizers should be, produced, how they could be strengthened and made use, and made more, improve their quality so that they could really produce the yield level that we would want. Research that will, help us determine, comparative research between biofertilizer user and synthetic, fertilizer user, and, do a comparative comparative studies on this. And then the results of this, you'd really be able to, communicate to farmers. And your third point, there is no policy restriction yet on the use of synthetic, primarily because, there has not really been a grounded or proven result or experimentation that biofertilizers really, would be the way to go. We know that it's really important, but how it is, the results of using biofertilizers in different economic environment or landscape is still very different. So I think, more research is needed to establish this before any policy pronouncement will be, can be made with regards to, restricting the use of synthetic fertilizer in favor of biofertilizer. So there's still a lot of things that, that we need to do. But we know for a fact that really going bio, using bio, fertilizer, biopesticides is the way by which we could really, try protect environment, and as much as, and also at the same time produce the food that we need. So again, we need, to still do a lot of work, and since these are the opportunities that we need to really, try to, to seize and to take hold of and do more work.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mercedita. And I think the three questions is really represent our feeling and our thought about our good earth. Okay, thank you again, Ibu Eka Iwisdawati, for the question. And I think we reached the end of our keynote speaker session for this morning. And again, represent the Faculty of Agriculture and the committee. We would like to express our great gratitude for you, Dr. Mercedita, for this participation in our international conference. I think this is the conclusion that the regenerative practices for agriculture practice is must now for keep our world safe and health. Thank you very much, Dr. Mercedita. Hope this partnership can be extended for in the future. And stay healthy, ya, Dr. Mercedita. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now.
Makasih.
Terima kasih, Ibu Dr. Now we are going. Okay, I'll give the mic again to the master, our lovely masters of ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Ivayanti, for leading the keynote speaker session, and also our greatest gratitude to Dr. Mercedita for sharing your valuable perspective and thoughtful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the invited speaker session, we are going to handing certificate as our token of appreciation to the keynote speaker. Dr. I Ketut Karyasa, are you still on the Zoom meeting? All right, the first certificate will be handed to Dr. Insinyur I Ketut Karyasa and will be handed directly by the Dean of Agriculture, Professor Risma Neswati. The certificate will be shown on the screen.
Dr. Ketut Karyasa, can you hear my voice?
Yes, here, reports.
Yeah. On behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, we want to say thank you for your participation. Thank you for your sharing in this session. And this is your certificate. Will be displayed on the.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Ketut. Yeah, Pak Ketut, your certificate display on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Risma Neswati. Next, we will be handing certificate to Dr. Mercedita Sombila, and this certificate will be handing by Dean of Agricultural Technology, Professor Dr. Insinyur Salengke.
Fakultas Pertanian University.
Good morning, Dr. Sombila.
Morning.
Yeah, thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. A lot of insightful information that you give to our participants. And for that, we present our gratitude in the form of a certificate. Siapa yang anu? Okay, this is your certificate, and I think we will send it to you via mail, and hopefully you can accept it later on. Again, thank you very much for your presentation. And I hope you can visit us in Makassar sometime in the future. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak Salengke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Risma, Prof. Salengke, Dr. I Ketut Karyasa, and Dr. Mercedita Sombila. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the next session, the invited speaker session. We are pleased to invite Dr. Insinyur Ivayanti Rituan Saleh, SPMP, to moderate and lead the following presentation. Before that, I will read her brief CV. She is Assistant Professor of Plant Stress Physiology from Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia. She is expert in plant physiology, polyploidy breeding, and functional crop improvement. With over 20 years of academic and research experience in plant physiology, mutation breeding, and smart agriculture, principal investigator in projects on chrysanthemum polypollinization, functional chili pepper breeding, and drone-based sorghum estimation models. Also, she collaborated with PT Duta Dahlia and Unhas Research Institute on corn and chili variety development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ivayanti.
Yeah, thank you very much, our lovely Master of Ceremony. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for the committee for this great chance for us, for me to lead the invited speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, offline and online participants, we have two invited speakers for this morning session. That would be Prof. Dr. Insinyur Siti Subandia, Master of Agricultural Science. I would like to say hi first for Prof. Siti. Are you with us this morning in the online? Okay, not yet, but she will join us. And second invited speaker would be Professor Insinyur Rusnadi Pajung, MSc, PhD. He is a professor at Agrotechnology Study Program, Department of Agronomy, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University. Okay, I would like to read the curriculum vitae for Prof. Siti first before we enter the talk from Prof. Siti. Prof. Siti, again, she's a professor at Plant Pathology, Faculty of Agriculture, Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, with expert in plant pathology, microbial biotechnology, and sustainable crop protection. She has more than 30 years of research experience in plant pathology, microbial biotechnology, and molecular diagnostic, and her research focuses on host pathogen interactions, disease-resistant mechanisms, and biological control agents in tropical crops. She also lead researcher in national and international projects on sustainable tropical crops health and bio-based pest management. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we enter the presentation from Prof. Siti. Okay, Prof. Siti, time is yours now. Prof. Siti's talk would be on the topic of regenerative agriculture for sustainable food production and environmental restoration. I hope we can get some more insight from Prof. Siti's presentation. And I would like to ask the operator, please. Okay.
First of all, I would like to appreciate and thank you very much to the committee of ICFSSAT, the University of Hasanuddin, to invite me to share on the regenerative agriculture for sustainable food production and environmental restoration. The outline of my talk here, including the introduction, and then I like to change the sequence from the environmental restoration, sustainable food production, and then go to the regenerative agriculture, and then close by the conclusion. Okay, as the introduction here, we know all that the population rate globally is quite sharp. And in 2022, it is really very sharp, and the world population is even 8 billion. 8 billion. So, in this world, there are at least 319 million people are facing acute hunger, and most of them located in 67 countries, which are developing countries. And more of that, 783 million people are chronically hungry across the world. From the graph of the population comparing to the food production, it is after 2020, it seemed to be critical where the food production will be not enough to feed the global population. So how agriculture provide the global food, the global food? It is about 83.5% of global poverty is centered in the rural communities, with over 60% of the population are smallholder farmers working with the agriculture. And these communities are also the front lines of climate change. And the term of agriculture refer to the cultivation of crop and the raising of livestock for both sustenance and economic gain through primitive, traditional, and modern agriculture practice. So which practice or practices are promising to provide the global food sufficiently? This is our discussion later on. So in here, we have been doing intensive agriculture. Unfortunately, through the Green Revolution, there are some damage on the environment. So we need to do the restoration of the environment in the process, which is in the process of assisting in the recovery of ecosystems that have been degraded, damaged, or destroyed to restore their biological, structural, and functional integrity. The activities include reforestation, wetland restoration, and pollutant removal to repair ecosystem, and also prevent further degradation and bring them back to healthy, functioning state. So the goal of the environmental restoration is to reestablish structure and function, recreate the physical and biological characteristics of a healthy ecosystem, such as native vegetation, soil quality, and water cycles. Increase biodiversity by supporting the recovery of native species population that have been impacted by human activity. And mitigate the climate change by helping combat climate change by enhancing carbon sequestration and other ecosystem services. And prevent the future degradation, addressing ongoing damage to prevent ecosystem collapse and species extinction. And to provide ecosystem service by supporting human and ecological well-being by ensuring the availability of clean water, food, and other beneficial derivatives from a healthy environment. As a common technique, for example, by reforestation, by planting trees and native plants to restore forest areas and prevent soil erosion. And wetland restoration, recreating or rehabilitating wetland to improve water quality and provide habitat. While soil and water remediation, by removing pollutant and restoring soil health in contaminated areas such as former mining sites. And reintroducing of native species by bringing back native plant and animal species to a degraded area to help rebuild a complete ecosystem. Agroforestry by integrating trees and shrubs into agricultural landscape improve soil health and provide additional benefit. Now, what is the difference between restoration and conservation? Restoration focusing on the repairing ecosystem that have already been damaged by the human activities during the Green Revolution. While conservation is primarily about protecting ecosystems that are still intact to prevent future damage. So what is the sustainable food production then? Food production sustainability involves meeting current food needs without compromising the future by balancing environmental, social, and economic factors, including precision agriculture, reducing waste, conserving water, protecting soil health, and using fewer chemicals, and limiting the use of machinery, because they all have been used with leading to the damaging of the environment and climate change. To reduce resource use, emphasize water efficiency and the use of sustainable energy in the production, and enhance ecosystem by crop rotation, agroforestry, integrated pest management to improve soil health and increase the biodiversity and reduce the need for harmful chemicals like pesticides. Minimizing waste by implementing better supply chain management and storage to reduce food loss and waste, which also cut down on the greenhouse gas emission. Later on, then, protect the natural resources by halt the degradation of farmland and protect water resources. Biodiversity generates critical ecosystem service that support food production and make it more resilient to shock and stresses, including those caused by a rapidly changing climate. Now, from the social factor, to ensure fair labor by guarantee fair wages, safe working conditions, and sustainable livelihood for farmers and workers, and promote food security, ensuring a reliable supply of safe, nutritious, and affordable food for everyone, and empowering the communities by supporting local communities by encouraging urban farming, community garden, and access to local markets. That's for the social factor to gain for the food security. Economic factor, including ensure profitability by creating a food industry that is profitable in the long term and supporting livelihood and local economies. Incentivize sustainability by providing incentives for farmers to adopt sustainable practices and penalties for unsustainable ones. Then improve efficiency, enhance the efficiency of both intensive and small-scale farming while improving access to market and finance. This all will help people to, due to the intensive conventional agriculture, now we have get the impact of climate change. So that's why we should change our agriculture to be climate smart agriculture. It is including new growing technique, sourcing improved seeds, tilling alternative crop, and implementing soil protection practices. So actually what we have done in the era of omic, we have done biorevolution and agricultural biotechnology. Biorevolution and agricultural biotechnology It is an agricultural science involving the use of scientific tool and genetic engineering technique to modify living organism or part of the organism of plants and animals with the potential of outspring the productivity and reducing agricultural production cost, or in agricultural biotechnology process for obtaining transgenic crop and animals, genome or gene editing crops and animals which possess desirable characteristic and resistant to diseases and pests. So the use of molecular and also specific precise of tool for pest and disease management constraining the food production. This technology also helping us to gain for the food security. Now we're talking about regenerative agriculture. The term of regenerative agriculture and regenerative farming gained the popularity in early 1980s after being accepted by the Rodal Institute in USA. For many years, the Rodal Institute has led the natural agriculture movement through research and publishing, particularly the periodical Organic Horticulture and Farms. As the productivity rises, expand the land and soil biological production base. It is inherently very stable, both biological and economically. So it has little to no effect on the ecosystem outside of the boundaries of the agricultural property or field and produce food that is free of biocides. By utilizing ecological farming technique and minimizing reliance on outside inputs, regenerative agriculture is a collection of methods that high impact on the maximize positive soil plant interaction, soil and plant interaction that occur naturally. So in contrast with the biotechnology, using high technology with high input, and this one is regenerative agriculture, which is more sustainable. While biotechnology, some of the people still not agree with the technology because it is not natural. While regenerative agriculture, it bring us to the agriculture friendly, eco-friendly, with ecosystem friendly, and so from biotechnology, using high technology with high investment, and also inviting people which are not agree with the development of unnatural or it is a genetic modified organism. In contrast with that, there is a regenerative agriculture offer. The term of regenerating agriculture and regenerative farming gained popularity in the early 1980s, almost the same year where the biotechnology becoming blooming. It was after being accepted by the Rodal Institute in USA. For many years, the Rodal Institute has led the natural agriculture movement through research and publishing, particularly the periodical Organic Horticulture and Farms. As the popularity rises, expand the land and soil biological production base. It is inherently very stable both biologically and economically. It has little or no effect on the ecosystem outside of the boundaries of the agricultural property or field, produces food that is free of biocides. So by utilizing ecological farming technique and minimizing reliance on outside input, regenerative agriculture is a collection of methods that high impact maximize positive soil and plant interaction that occur naturally. Therefore, here the regenerative agriculture is a holistic farming approach that focuses on improving and restoring the health of the soil and surrounding ecosystem, going beyond simply sustaining them. The aim of the regenerative agriculture is to build soil health, increase biodiversity, improve water quality, and sequester carbon while producing nutrient-dense food and making farms more resilient to climate change. These farm systems are designed to work in harmony with nature, while also maintaining and improving economic viability. Here is the principle of regenerative agriculture. This is focusing on soil health and natural carbon sequestration. Regenerative agriculture offers a sustainable solution that enhances ecosystem resilience and reverses environmental damage. It's stated by Kaitil Hanley in 2024. Yeah. So in here, the principle, minimizing soil disturbance, diversity is the key. So we can invite many living things in the land and incorporate livestock as well. This is also for food security, especially for protein resources. And then keep soil covered to minimize the water loss, and then keep it organic without inorganic or pesticide fertilizers. So regenerative agriculture shifts the paradigm. In the conventional intensive agriculture, in here they compete with the nature, including biotechnology as well. And it is disturb the soil, and planting monoculture and reductionism in here, while the regenerative agriculture is a partner with nature and protect the soil and improve the diversity, maintaining diversity and holistic. The core of regenerative agriculture is the process of improving soil using practices based on ecological principles such as adapting grazing, no-till planting, and limited use of pesticide and synthetic fertilizer. This is also maintaining the healthy soil, characterized by the favorable physical properties like the texture, the water holding capacity, chemical properties like pH, soil organic matter, and biological properties like microbial diversity and soil respiration, which are essential for nurturing nutritious and profitable crops and improve the human health. So in here, the comparison between the conventional intensive agriculture and regenerative agriculture. In the intensive or farming agriculture, farming system which increases farm output while also improve land efficiency by sowing different crops and modified grazing, produce food that has led to tremendous development, which is known as green revolution. Land that has deteriorated after a year of intensive monoculture farming, and over 38% of the world's agricultural land has already been impacted by degradation. The deteriorated land needs to be regenerated by having a strictly positive impact on its environment. Like microorganisms, fungi, bacteria, algae, insect, earthworm, and others participate in the functioning of an ecosystem favorable to productivity. Once a certain balance is reached, this life replaces the mechanical tractors and the use of chemical fertilizer. So in here, the regenerative agriculture explain the regenerative farmer use growing practices that improve the health of their land with the method include cover crop, integrating livestock, no-till system, minimizing chemical inputs, rotation crop, and also increase the biodiversity. Not plowing the soil to preserve the soil structure, associating several crops on a pot to benefit from their mutual services, and covering the soil all year round with plants to preserve the soil, and integrate livestock to produce the use of organic fertilizer, and planting trees and shrubs between plots to improve agricultural performance, preserve the soil, and so on. This is an agroforestry. Yeah. Now, the practice of regenerating agriculture have the impact on improving the health of the soil, to store more carbon, increase above and below ground biodiversity, improve water retention and infiltration, reduce the risk of erosion, improve soil resistance to extreme weather events. Thus, we reduce the use of tractor and chemical, considerably reducing the cost of mechanical and chemical intervention, so compared to the conventional system. Now, how regenerative agriculture impacting on the climate change? Regenerative agriculture takes care of the soil, and soil has the power to store excess carbon from atmosphere. Along with the ocean, it is indeed the best carbon sink. So if all cultivated soils in the world absorb 0.4% more carbon, 2/3 of annual global CO2 emissions would be compensated, or about 6 GT carbon per year. The increase can only be achieved through the adoption of agroecological practices. Just like forests, cultivated soil become an asset in the fight against climate change. The annual impact by 2030, if 20% additional European farmers adopt climate smart action, then we can have 6% reduction in annual agriculture emission in 2030, or about 24.5 million tons of CO2 emission. And nature, 14% of European utilized agricultural land area with measurable soil health improvement, it will about 21.3 million hectares, and also it all improve the economic. Solution to global challenges: to increase food production by 70% to feed the human race in 2050 require the adoption of agroecological technique proposed by regenerative agriculture. In here, regeneration is the destination, while the sustainability is a bridge. Regenerative agriculture is a type of sustainable agriculture that utilizes soil-based method instead of seed-based one. It adapts to the specific agro-ecosystem in which it is practiced, and the government and all other organizations at all levels, from global to regional, now exploring how regenerative agriculture can be integrated into climate change initiative to sustain ecosystem. As the conclusion, now we can say that regenerative agriculture is promising to solve the problem for feeding the global population and to save the environment. When the damage on the environment that caused on the imbalanced condition has been regenerated, there will be no problem on the food production. So economically, the economically value of regenerative agriculture is due to no need any chemical fertilizers, either synthetic pesticide for pest and disease control and machinery costs. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Siti, for your presentations. Really a lot of information and insight information in the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the second invited speaker for this morning session, Prof. Engineer Rusnadi Pajung. Before we hear the presentation, I would like to read Prof. Rusnadi Pajung achievement. He is the Professor of Agrotechnology Study Program, Faculty of Agriculture, Hasanuddin University, with expertise in crop physiology, modeling, and smart farming system. He's got over 30 years teaching and research in plant physiology, climatology, and agronomy, and also he's the principal investigator of smart farming research using drone-based vegetation index for maize productivity estimation. He is also developer of a data-driven agricultural model for precision fertilization and water efficiency. He now actively promotes digital and sustainable agriculture for smallholder farmers in South Sulawesi. Prof. Rusnadi's talk is going to be about sustainable agriculture, blending multiple measures. Now from the topic, we are going to have a very interesting talk, and I would like to invite Prof. Rusnadi. Time is yours.
Throw the presentation to the monitor. I'm trying to use Windows K, and it says here connecting. Follow any instruction. Can someone set the monitor so that my presentation can appear? Or can the operator just use the file I just sent? Yeah? I'm sending you. It's there already. I just sent it through email. Oh, couldn't connect. Which one? This one, yeah. Well, all right. While waiting for this one, I just want to comment that I'm surprising to see the picture on the slide of my CV. The picture there, I'm using the same shirt. I just want to clarify that that's not the only shirt I have. Just it happens that the picture they take, it is the same shirt I'm using it right now. All right. So good morning, everybody, both who are present on site here in this room, and those in virtually attending through Zoom meeting. So the topic of my talk is sustainable agriculture, blending multiple measures, supposed to be measures, which is an extra R there, measures. We are facing a real and big dilemma. And to answer whether sustainable agriculture can be achieved, we can look at whether three aspects of sustainable agriculture, which is economic, environment, and human, social and human, can be harmonized in together. Let's first see on environmental side. As previous two speakers has mentioned that our environment is really sick. There are 40% of planet soil is degraded. And 60 billion, I repeat it, 60 billion tons topsoil is eroded. And this then will be subsequently followed by loss of organic matter, change in structural and condition of soil, decline in soil fertility, soil compaction, and others. The other things, water pollution is there, which is caused by excessive use of fertilizer and pesticide in agriculture. The picture I choose there is a fisherman in Kopoko reservoirs who wants to fish in that reservoir, but unfortunately, due to toxic algae, then the water turns to be dark green. Chemical residue in foods also become a problem. The residue of pesticide in the feeds, water, and food can produce harmful effects on both environment and human health. And it was evident that the pesticide poisoning has caused serious causalities every year, with an estimate of 200,000 deaths worldwide, according to that. Maybe some will say this a big number, but that's based on the data. Global warming, the two previous speakers has mentioned about this one. CO2 concentration continuously increase in the atmosphere, causing, for example, what is here? Causing melting of ice. But then, on the other side, there are 70% increase. It's not responding. Slow response. Is this following mine or someone else navigating it? Who is monitoring this one? Is the who is? Oh, it seems not from here. Sorry. Okay. Huh? Okay. I wanted slide number 8 now. Before this one. before this one. One slide up. Okay, this one. Okay. There are 70% increase of food demand by 2050. 70%. Next. And according to Sophie, this is state of food security and nutrition in the world. Currently, at least last year, in 2024, there are 638 million people face hunger. And this is equivalent to about 8% of populations. The next. If you look at the global hunger index, although slightly declined in several Asian countries, but unfortunately, next slide, in African country remain the same, remain stay. Next, please. Remains. Okay, okay, all right. Thank you. It's working. Yeah. Okay, please put this in mind. That we are facing food security problem, and we need to increase our food production, agricultural production. Can we use these several measures to conserve the environment and at the same time also increasing the production? I'm trying to list 4 measures to do that. The first one is organic farming. We always hear that organic farming is good for environment, and this kind of table often show to us to convince that, look, we can increase the income. Although the yield is decreasing, but because of the cost is decreasing, we are using less input, and also in many cities, they value more for organic product. It turns out that the gross revenue is higher. But remember, in this picture, in this table, and it's similar to all others experiment in organic farming, the yield will not compensate, will not be similar to the yield of conventional or modern farming. A paper by Verena, Nevin, Jonathan, Foley, about 10 years ago, it is old one, who are trying to summarize about 50 papers from 316 experiments compared between organic farming and conventional or modern one. It says that, so out of about 36 papers in 34 different crops, in average, yield of organic farming decreased or lowered 25% than the conventional farming. Next, please. Now, how about regenerative agriculture? Two previous speakers has mentioned this one. And there is no doubt that regenerative agriculture good for our environment, good for soil, because we minimizing soil disturbance, we minimizing the use of chemical inputs, maximizing biodiversity, both animals and plants, keeping the soil covered with crops as long as possible, and adapting to the local environment. So of course, because we're doing this one, of course, it's good for environment. But how about the yield? The agricultural production. Let's look at this one. A paper by, review paper by Greta Colombi, Enrico Martani, Dario, published in Ecosystem Services, Volume 73, recently, just 2 months ago, June 2025. So they reviewed 24 papers in 45 observations, 24 studies, and those studies apparently was conducted mostly in Europe and America, none in, there is one in Africa. Okay, what is the result of those papers? There is no doubt that regenerative agriculture are good for environment. There are parameters for environment. For example, soil organic matter dynamics, 19 papers say it's good. For nutrient cycling, 18 papers say good. 2 papers. The green part over there, but if you look at one important parameter, which is food and fiber productions. 15 papers say negative. So it's good for environment, but unfortunately, they are not increasing agriculture production. The center column there about uncertain effect, maybe yes, maybe good, stuff out there, but interesting figure here, or result here is the red one that shows us the 15. I just say that please keep in mind that we are still in a problem to meet the demand of food, and also we still facing food security problem. How about biological farming? The biological farming I mean here, so next please, sorry. Next please. Oh, I can do it myself, sorry. Okay. Biological farming here, I mean is the use of living materials as an input. So not organic farming. If you use manure, compost, then that is organic farming. Not regenerative. But if you use, for example, microbe, other living materials, predators, either for biofertilizer, for biopesticide, and other biological control measures that use living organism, then that is what we call biological farming. I don't want to describe this longer, but this is one promising things. In addition to regenerative agriculture. No, how about the fourth one? Precision farming. What is basically precision farming? Precision farming, I use my own word here, applying agricultural input precisely based on requirement on each square meter of land. So for example, you have a land with that square box over there with different, it's moving, with different soil fertility, for example, then with the power of geographical information system, GIS, variable rate applicator, VAR, that you mount in the tractor, for example, and GPS. The picture I took here is, I took it when I attend Precision Agriculture Conference, the second Precision Agriculture Conference in Minnesota in 1997. Old picture, but the method is there. Three important technology. The first one is GPS to pinpoint where the tractor, the applicator is. The second is GIS, where you can analyze, you can develop thematic data about soil condition, fertilizer requirement, and etc. And variable rate applicator, in which that you can adjust, for example, the valve or hopper or nozzle of liquid fertilizer applicator that will close and open depending on where the tractor position is or the applicator is. So precision farming is a system of technologically excellent tools, including GPS, crop scouting, vehicle, GIS, yield monitor, and variable applicator. Nowadays, it is more advanced now because then with the power of advanced ITC, internet and telecommunication and computing, sensor, processor, data storage, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. The term precision farming now become intelligent, fast, smart, precision agriculture. But I myself don't agree on this one. I don't want to say those technology are smart. If the current technology are smart, if we have another new technology later on, then how do you call it? So I will say that anything in relation to sustainable, anything that use production input efficiently, safe to environment, produce high yield, and effective, that is smart. Whatever it is, whether organic farming, precision farming, regenerative farming, if they are doing effectively, efficiently, safe to the environment, maintaining yield, then that is smart. Even without use of computer, drone, smart tractor, and others. Where do you supposed to point this one? To monitor or to the computer? Huh? No, this is not mine. I need to show to others. Smart computer. Okay, it's here. Okay, law response is there. There is a paper by Hamarani and Priyanka that shows the benefit of precision farming. They are comparing the first three graphs here, cluster of graph, it is about the input, and the last one is about the yield. As you can see there, water usage for traditional agriculture or modern agriculture, you will say, is much higher. You can reduce water use by 40% to become only 60%. Similarly for fertilizer usage and also for pesticide. And at the same time, you also increase the production. The crop yield also increase. So unlike previously organic farming, regenerative agriculture, it is good for environment, but not necessarily good for productions. They're also comparing between, okay, this one, they just focus on these two production input, water and fertilizer. And you can see there a huge difference, huge reductions. And if you try to compare between greenhouse gas emissions, you can look at that. The contribution of greenhouse gas emissions is about 70% for modern agriculture, but only the rest 30% for by precision agriculture. Similarly, for pesticide runoff, early we saw you a fisherman in Kopocana reservoirs with algae. That is because of pesticide runoff to water pool. Another paper by reviewing 100 papers, these authors summarizing the benefit of precision agriculture. I will emphasize on economic. You can see there. So each arrow there representing one or two papers from their review, and it concludes that all three aspects, agronomic aspect, economic aspect, and environmental aspect, simultaneously better increase with precision agriculture. So as the conclusions, organic farming, regenerative agriculture, biological farming cannot fully compensate for conventional and modern farming. You cannot replace modern farming. You cannot say stop use fertilizer, inorganic fertilizer, stop using chemical. No. Otherwise, then the problem for food security we are in a high risk for food security. So what we can do? Blending multiple measures is needed, and smart precision agriculture can integrate all of those things. And the last one, this is by my own. I want to redefine smart agriculture. Need to be redefined such that it's not limited to the use of IT and artificial intelligence, but more importantly, efficient and effective use of resources for sustainable yield. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rusnadi, for a very interesting talk. We are talking about regenerative agricultural practice, but that's from smart farming insight. Okay, yeah. All participants, I would like to invite you for the discussion. We still have time here, so I would like to invite all participants, both offline and online participants. You can ask questions directly or through the chat of the Zoom. Now I can see, yes. Okay, okay. I'll give you. Thank you, thank you. Just take the change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentations. I come from Vietnam, as you know. I focus on about the sustainable agriculture development. It is related to many factors. For the presentations, I would like to ask one question about biopesticide, because bio fertilizer I know we have done, but as you know now, almost the farmer overuse chemical and fertilizer. For example, if we confident to eat, if we use non-chemical, we can eat confident to eat any fruit. But now cancer, many cases, big problem for most developing countries. So please show me example, Indonesia or any country in the world, they use a biopesticide. It's very important to apply in practice. Thank you.
Yeah. So, you want me to answer that? I mean not to describe fully on that part, because we have Professor Bahar here, who's now bed on that one, and Professor Tuti, and some friends from plant protection. So please, Prof. Bahar, you answer these questions.
Because it's a big problem in the world now.
But yes, buyer, please mention your product.
Yeah, thank you very much. In our faculty, we have several products for biopesticides. For example, mycorrhiza. Pseudomonas fluorescens, trichoderma, and we are 8 biopesticide for pest and disease plant. And we
where the farmers are using it.
yeah, and we produce in the 100 liter for farmer use in several district or apa kalau kabupaten, regency. Not only in rice but also in horticultural crop, potatoes crops. And today we apa kerjasama? We partnership with 2 companies. Yeah. Apa lagi? It's an outside.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I heard that he uses some like species, leaf species or plant species to make productions for control pesticide.
No, he uses
Microorganism.
microorganism.
Because sometimes I heard that they can make production from chili, and when any pesticide the growing, it is like in eggs even other very small young pests they can control. But thank you.
I want to emphasize, like I said before, that we mean biological farming is the use of living materials, living organism. So if we say, for example, biopesticide, then it is virus or fungi there who is parasite to certain certain pest or certain disease. So it is a living organism. Yeah, no a poison, no poison materials extracted from plant. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, not that one. But that is also part of that. That is manage. We don't call it biopesticide. Yeah. It is biological control management. Yeah.
So maybe I can give more information about our production. We have many biopesticides, but based on so many microbes inside. So there is, for example, microbat is consists of 5 different bacteria that can be solubilize nitrogen, solubilize phosphate, and etc. And we have also a biodecomposer. This consists of trichoderma and fungi Pleurotus austratus that we added to the organic water to be compost. So there is different with botanical pesticide, but our other college developed also this botanical pesticide from different native plants in South Sulawesi, and the effect is very good to the pest and also for the pathogen of cocoa, for example, and also in rice plantation.
So
yeah.
Still non-chemical, but not living material as well.
Yeah, okay. I think that's for your question. Yes, I forgot to ask your name actually, Mr. Nguyen Fit Nggi. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nguyen. And I think we have another question from offline participant here. Bapak Muhammad Sudirman, please patient first. So we'll give the chance first for the offline participant. Okay, time is yours, Pak. Please mention your name and institution. Thank you.
Oh, Diploma.
Maybe change the microphone.
Hello. Yeah. My name is Eli Diploma from Germany, but originally from Burkina Faso. Okay. From Humboldt University to Berlin. Yeah. I have a question. Thank you so much, Professor, for the insights. My first question is mostly related to how do you see and also dream agriculture for the future, and also the involvement of youth, especially. And I really appreciate that you redefine also what we call smart agriculture. It's not only about IT and AI. So thank you so much.
Okay, in our one of our course, we call it Introduction to Agriculture. I mentioned about the future of agriculture, and I classify into 4. The first one is biotechnology. The second, biological farming. So not organic farming. The third is vertical farming, and the fourth is precision agriculture. So, in precision agriculture, there will include crop modeling and also many different tools used to get efficient use of input. Including machine learning, use of IoT, sensors, decision support system, and others. That's it.
How can youth be involved more in agriculture?
How can?
Youth.
The youth. That is the Ministry of Agriculture have several programs, and they call it pertanian millennial agriculture. And one of the approaches is to introduce that agriculture is technology. Agriculture is not using just muscle and energy, but use technology and brain. And you have to go to school to get those capacity and competency. And data on how many, I don't know if ministry presentation this morning give us data on the increase of millennial farmer for the last 3 years. But it is there, unlike before, where the youth doesn't want to stay in the village, they prefer to go to the cities. Now, they try to change that mindset to shift it around, in fact, flip it around so that agriculture is not something about the mud, something using muscle, but it is technology, brain, and certain competency.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Rusnadi, for the answer. I think this is very interesting discussion. Yeah, we have from German, Burkina Faso, we get from Vietnam and Indonesia. Now, I would like to invite participants from online, in the Zoom. I think I see Bapak Muhammad Sudirman Akilie raise hand. So please, Bapak, you can asking your question. Maybe you can unmute your microphone. Okay, thank you, Bapak. Silakan.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for the Prof. Siti, maybe. Prof. again. I'm interested in talking about regenerative agriculture, the challenges of practical balance between ecological goals and farmers' livelihoods. So it is the key issue in implementing regenerative agriculture practice. So my question is, how can regenerative agriculture be scaled up without compromising economic productivity for small farmers? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bapak Muhammad Sudirman. Prof. Siti, are you with us now? Welcome, Prof. You can directly answer the question, Prof. Maybe can unmute your microphone first, Prof. Yeah.
Hello, Pak Sudirman. Thank you for your questions. About the regenerative agriculture, yes, this is a big challenge for us because especially when we are dealing with a smallholder farmer, we need to have a very good coordination to encourage them to do regenerative agriculture. Of course, it is not just like the new technology with advanced technology, but it is more, eco-friendly, which need to encourage the farmer that by using that regenerative agriculture, we may have also the yield, the product, just like we use modern one. However, it will take time to get back the balance in the environment. Like a magic bullet, not like that one. But we need takes times to back to the balance in condition of the environment first. Then we will get better agriculture through the regenerative agriculture. So that's why NGO, whatever, to push our society to encourage to do the regenerative agriculture. Restore the damaged and pollutant and so on, and efficient. And after that, then we may have balance of the environment already get back. Is it my answer? Right?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Keep safe, yeah, Prof. Okay, we can hear you. I think that's all, yeah, Prof. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Siti, for the answer. Pak Sudirman, I think that's all for your answer. Thank you very much for your question. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have reached the end of the session for this the first invited speaker session. We still have more speakers to come, so just keep stay on this conference. Thank you very much again for all participants that have make questions and discuss the topics with us here. And I think I would like to read some of the conclusion for our discussion for today, for this morning. First, the regenerative agriculture practice are no doubt, is the ultimate strategies to face the degradation of agricultural land today. And there is a need for more research for the regenerative agricultural practice to match the productivity of the conventional agriculture. And last but not least, government and academics' role in the policy making and extension is also critical to support the implementation of the regenerative agriculture. Okay, thank you very much for all your attention. Me, Ifayanti, say thank you, and we can go back to our Master of Ceremonies for more information about the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ifayanti, for leading the first session. Our sincere appreciation goes to previous speakers for the first session, Professor Siti Subandia and also Professor Rusnadi Pajung, as well as the moderator, Dr. Ifayanti. Before we are going to break, we are going to hand the certificate to the first speaker, Professor Dr. Siti Subandia, that will be handed by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Risma Neswati.
Professor Siti Subandia, can you hear me? Prof.
Yes,
Siti?
thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Siti, thank you so much for your sharing presentation. Very great presentation. On behalf of the Committee of the International Conference for Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2025, we would like to thank you for your sharing, and we will give you your certificate, and will display on the screen right now. Oh yeah, thank you, Prof. Siti. Thank you so much. Your certificate will be delivered by email, maybe from a committee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Risma, and also Prof. Siti Subandia. And next, our second speaker.
Thank you all.
Yes, you're very welcome, Professor Subandia. Have a great day. And for the second invited speaker, Professor Rusnadi Paju, will be handed the certificate directly by the Dean of Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Professor Insinyur Salengke. You may come to the front, and also Prof. Rusnadi. Thank you very much. You may go back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, as the first session has finished, we will now pause for a 1 hour break. We kindly remind all the participants in the Zoom meeting to not leave the meeting room and come back an hour after this. And to all the participants that present in this room, the committee has prepared lunch and refreshment for you to enjoy in the Center of Excellence room. Our committee is standby to guide you to the room. And we will see you later 1 hour after this. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to the fifth FSSAT in the afternoon session of our conference. We hope you had a pleasant break, and now we will continue with the invited speaker session featuring distinguished speakers who will share their expertise and insights related to today's theme. To lead this session, we invite Hari Iswayo SP MA PhD. He is an assistant professor of landscape ecology in Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia. He is an expert in landscape ecology, smart farming, and sustainable agro-ecotourism development. His research is focused on ecological design, landscape management, and smart farming technology integration. He is also a lead investigator in multiple projects such as drone-based corn smart farming model from 2021 to 2024, agro-ecotourism development in Ramang-Ramang karst area in 2004, and green space optimization for Makassar City in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hari Iswayo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our beautiful master of ceremony. And first of all, the very best wishes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second session of our international conference on food security and sustainable agriculture in the tropics. For the session, the afternoon session, we will have three distinguished speakers who will be sharing their expertise, the latest research, and the related topics. And the invited speakers for this afternoon session, we have Professor Dr. Mahmoud Suleiman. We have Professor Busige Nisanta, and we have Dr. Silke Stober. And according to the schedule shared by the committee, each presenter will have 30 minutes to present their presentation, but I think we will make slightly an arrangement that we will allow, because there are 30 minutes including the question and answer session, so we will make a little bit arrangement. So we will allow all the speakers to present their presentation first, and let the last 30 minutes of this afternoon session for the question and answers for each or for all of the presenters. So without further ado, allow me to allow the first presenter or first speaker, our distinguished invited speaker, Professor Dr. Mahmoud F. Suleiman, Professor in Plant Production and Department. Allow me to read a brief CV of Professor Mahmoud. He's from King Saud University in Saudi Arabia. Professor Mahmoud is an expert in crop physiology, climate smart agriculture, and sustainable food systems. Among his CV, he was one of the world's top 2% scientists, 2002 to 2022 to 2023. He's a PI for AI-driven crop management, nano fertilizers, and precision agriculture. He is among the 200 Scopus Index publication on smart farming and soil fertility, and he collaborates globally on sustainable crop systems. Since we already have Professor Mahmoud online with us, let me say hello first. Professor Mahmoud, are you with us now? I saw you're already on. Thank you very much. And Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. If you can allow me to share the screen, it would be great. Okay. Let me. Do you see now the my presentation?
But it's not in full screen yet. Yeah.
I have shared it now.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay. So, Bismillah ar-Rahim. It's my pleasure to be with you in such a great conference. I will start directly with the topic of my presentation. I'm going to talk with you today about nanoparticles for salinity stress management and sustainable agriculture. As you said, I'm Professor Mahmoud Suleiman, King Saud University, Saudi Arabia, and in the same time also I'm professor at one of Egyptian university. And I am graduated my PhD from Helsinki University, Finland, in 2014. Okay, I would like first to thank the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Hari, the head of the department, and also I would like to thank Dr. Muhammad Fuad for last few years collaboration together. Really, it was a very, very nice collaboration, and we have published many publications in very and high quality journal. So, who am I? I have graduated my Master of Science from one of Egyptian University in 2007, and my PhD in 2014 from Helsinki University, Finland. And as you see, I have also been in different academic positions. Till now, I'm professor at King Saud University from December 2024 till now. And here are some of my publications, very high citations. I don't like really to talk about myself because, you know, the time is running, so I will escape these slides. I think you hear me very well, yes? Okay, now the outline of our presentation is background, salinity stress, nanoparticles in agricultural science, and conclusion, thanks, and some reference. Background, as you see from the picture, the impact factor of, or impact, negative impact of salinity stress on soil system. Abiotic stress is one of the major limitations to crop production that has a negative impact on both plant growth and productivity, as well as it is a main threat to global food security. Among abiotic stress, we have drought, salinity, heat, heavy metals, and some mineral deficiency that are considered to be the main stresses that affect growth, yield, and quality of some strategic crops. Salinity stress or saline stress. In fact, over 1 billion hectares means about 7% of land have already been affected worldwide. Nearly about 20% of total farmland and 33% of irrigated land are affected with salinity stress. Even we can say more than 120 countries are suffering from such abiotic stress. In fact, the worldwide, we lose yearly about 27 billion USD yearly. Imagine, the world lose 27 billion USD yearly from this environmental stress. It could affect 50% of agricultural land by 2050 if we don't control this issue. If the issue will continue, this means we will face some food insecurity, ecological problems, availability of natural resources, and socio-economic health for farmers. So the issue is very serious. As we see from this figure, we have two types of soils. Graph A, non-saline soil. Graph B is saline soil. In saline soil, the osmotic pressure associated with salt reduces the differences in water potential between soil and root, and consequently, the flow of water into the root will be decreased. This reduction in water availability to the plant can cause some reduction in plant growth and yield traits. In this figure also, we see clearly the difference between the morphological traits or changes and changes in physiological and biochemical traits. Morphological traits means saline stress will decrease shoot and root growth. We will have also less biomass accumulation and a reduction in crop productivity, even also a low potassium sodium ratio, and consequently low quality. Changes in physiological and biochemical traits, we will have a reduction in chlorophyll, A or B or total chlorophyll content in plant leaves. We will have also increase in rust generation. Some changes in antioxidant enzymes can happen. Also, we will have an increase in proline accumulation. This can help plants to somehow be affected under saline stress. Saline stress can be mitigated with 4 strategies. The first strategy, I will try to use my pointer. Okay, yes. So mitigation salt stress can occur through 4 main directions. Agronomic and agricultural practices means we can go through crop fertilization or soil reclamation or pH maintenance. Or we can use even plant breeding program or biotechnology or biofertilizers or use of phytoprotectants. However, imbalanced ecosystem, environmental hazards, and low adaptability are restricting the efficient of utilization of saline stress mitigation strategies. Therefore, an eco-friendly or eco-effective and easy to implement such strategies are needed to address our global salinity stress issues. Here we can use one of our strategies to mitigate salt stress. We can use nanoparticles. Nanoparticles have been used really widely recently. It's a hot issue nowadays in scientific research, even on commercial sector. So nanotechnology is a modern science and is considered as a game changer in agriculture. Also, they have the potential to mitigate abiotic stress. I mean abiotic stress, salinity stress, drought stress, heat stress. Many researchers have used those materials in their studies, and they have reported a positive conclusion. So if we apply such material within the limitation, it can be a good option. However, this field is entirely new for agriculture, and to maximize the benefit or advantage from nanotechnology, still we have to work hard and pay attention for the suitable rates or levels of such materials. Why nanofertilizers? As we see from this figure, nanoparticles or nanofertilizers have some advantage, such as small particle size. This will lead to high surface area and high reactivity. Also, this will reduce the leaching of different elements into groundwater. Also, high nutrient uptake efficiency, and consequently will cause or result high crop productivity. Also, nano fertilizers release their nutrients in 40 to 50 days. When apply such material, it is a slow release, while the traditional synthetic fertilizer that we use or farmers use do same in 14 days. So they are very fast, they are rapid to be released. So slow release is much recommended for agricultural ecosystem. Besides that, nanoparticles are soluble in water, as we said previously, and can increase the dispersion of nutrients in soil and further increase their availability to plants. While synthetic fertilizers have a low solubility due to their large particle size and high absorption and fixation in soil. As we see from this figure, the world produces huge amount of synthetic or traditional synthetic fertilizers from nitrogen, potassium or potash, and phosphorus. As we see, over 250 million tons yearly are produced from those synthetic fertilizers. This means that the world use huge amount of energy to produce such synthetic fertilization. So using nanoparticles or nanofertilizer is much friendly, and also will save a huge amount of energy that is used in traditional synthetic fertilization. Here are some studies that have been or that have worked on using different nanoparticles, different nanofertilizations. If we use, for example, first researcher have used zinc oxide nanoparticles on maize, and they reported that using 10 milligram per liter of nano oxide zinc increase root shoot length, plant height, leaf area, chlorophyll content, and grain quality. So it was a positive application. Another one, the second one, also used copper nanoparticles from 50 to 500 milligram. He used, or they used, different levels of copper nanoparticles. As we see first here, different researchers have used different level of nanoparticles. There's 10 milligram, here 50 to 500, here 30 to 60, and so on. So it depends on the crop, as you see here, maize, tomato, rice, soya bean, peanut, and so on. But all of them concluded that using nanoparticles improve plant growth, plant physiology, and crop productivity. If we go also deeply for zinc oxide nanoparticles, many researchers have used also nano zinc oxide in different applications. Foliar application, priming seed application, soil application, whatever, on different also crops. The conclusion was better germination, better chlorophyll, higher biomass, better protein, better also physiological performance. In fact, zinc oxide nanoparticles most commercially produced and pioneered in nano fertilization nowadays, and overcome also zinc deficiency more efficiently and cost effectively as compared to other commercial fertilizers in use nowadays. Zinc oxide nanoparticles are effective to mitigate abiotic stress such as drought, salinity stress, soil contamination with heavy metals, in addition to also nutritional deficiency. Because as we know that zinc is very important for some physical processes in our plants. Now we would like to talk also, using, as we said, we can get some benefit from using nanoparticles to make food security in a good way or in a safe way. However, it can have some limitation, can have some also risk in using such nano materials. Using high application of nano fertilization or nanoparticles can cause nano toxicity and a reduction of water quality if we don't care about the maximum level. Number two, nanoparticles and nanofertilization can enter the food chain, consequently increasing their dissemination in non-targeted living organisms. There is a scientific need to understand if nanoparticles or nanofertilization are completely changed into ionic forms and assimilated into different metabolites and protein once taken or uptaken by plants, or if some residues remain intact and must later be removed into other non-targeted living organisms in food chain. So we have to understand this issue. Some studies have shown that nanoparticles or nanofertilization can alter gene expressions in animals because of their small size. This can allow them to enter different animal tissues, cells, and then interact with DNA. So it can somehow have a risk if we don't care about the maximum level of their application. Therefore, deep studies are still needed to investigate the negative effects of nanoparticles or nanofertilization on soil, plants, and environment. Conclusion, salinity stress is a critical abiotic stress that can affect crop productivity and is a main threat to global food security. Nano fertilization can mitigate abiotic stress through different mechanisms, including enhanced nutrient and water uptake, regulating of the plant's antioxidant defense system, improved also photosynthesis system, and direct modulation of metabolic processes. Nanofertilization on nanoparticles have a potential as a part of a smart crop production system under framework of sustainable agriculture. As we said, they are slow release of their nutrient. It can happen during 40, 50 days, while the normal or traditional synthetic fertilization can do same in 4 to 10 days. Synthetic fertilizer, particularly or especially nitrogen urea, can rapidly lose more than 50% of nutrient content after application through leaching and vaporization. Thank you very much. And here are some of our recent publication on nano fertilization. This was a chapter in a book, has been published in 2025, and also this was also a review article about nano oxide nanoparticles, also was published in Q2 journal, and also here some also other publication about nano. Okay, thank you very much, and letting me here to be with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mahmoud, for the very interesting presentation regarding the salinity issue in agriculture and the strategy for mitigations. And although there are still some areas for further extensive research, such as maybe the effect of the nanoparticles
Yes, I think if someone wants to ask some questions, he or she is welcome.
Yes, the Professor Mahmoud, we will leave it until the last part of the session, and we will allow the other invited speakers first to present their presentations.
Okay.
So we hope that you can stay tuned with us until the end of the session.
I will be there. I will be here.
Thank
I
you.
will be here.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we now come to the next or the second invited speakers for the session, and we have Professor Besige Nishanta from the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Professor Nishanta is an expert in entrepreneurship and in development entrepreneurial education with business growth models. And Professor Nishanta is the head of postgraduate and mild career development unit, the Faculty of Management and Finance. Professor Nishanta also the author of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management 2019, and he's been in over 25 years in entrepreneurship education and innovation policy, and he has a vast research on SME growth, social capital, and digital transformation. And it's a great pleasure to have Professor Besige Nishanta with us. We'll do the presentation on the conference site. So Professor Nishanta, the time is yours.
Can you share the slides? Can you see on
the presentation, please?
Presentation, please.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much for inviting me to present this conference on sustainability and agriculture related. Could you please turn to the slides?
We are still waiting for the slides.
Okay, thank you very much. Then my topic today is a little bit different from so far. You have heard some presentations on agriculture, soil related, some physical science aspects. Today I am going to discuss my presentation on agri-entrepreneurship for sustainable and regenerative rural economies. I am attached to the Colombo University, University of Colombo, Faculty of Management and Finance. My research area related with the entrepreneurship. Then I am teaching entrepreneurship, and I am teaching entrepreneurship there with undergraduate plus postgraduate, plus we are working with entrepreneurs, real entrepreneurs. We have made the academic path for entrepreneurs with the it comprises with entrepreneurs in manufacturing sector plus agricultural sector also. We have made the path, academic path, so that they can come to the university and learn something on how to manage their organizations. If I take the Sri Lankan context, agriculture contributes 7.5% Sri Lankan GDP. And if you take the labor force, around 25% of the labor or people are working in agriculture sector. Especially when come to the rural areas, far from the Colombo or city areas, 80% of the rural household depend on agriculture. But the thing is, like other places in the world, we also facing some kind of issues like climate change, soil degradation, limited lands, and some of the youth, if you take the youth or millennials, they are reluctant to come to the agricultural sector and they like to be working in some other sectors. Therefore, we need to see that among the agricultural household, some entrepreneurs are emerging. At the same time, we want to see that the agriculture farmers, if they can convert some of them as real entrepreneurs with innovations, that will be good for the country and the world. With that scenario, I would like to say that when come to the agricultural sector, more or lessly, the lack of innovation is there. Sustainability concept is much not considered by the farmers because of their lack knowledge, and if they go for the sustainability related practices, the cost will be very high. Therefore, they are reluctant to practice sustainability or green farming, green entrepreneurship. But we know that due to the world scenario, due to this kind of environmental issues, we need to look at how we can more environmental friendly. Therefore, agri-entrepreneurship will be the one of the path to making people convert them to the more sustainable life. For that purpose, I would like to suggest this kind of conceptualization. We need to give priority for sustainability because that is the must today. Otherwise, tomorrow we have to face the problem. Therefore, especially agri-entrepreneurs, we need to convert or we need to motivate them to be making sustainable products, sustainable practices. At the same time, as a developing countries, you know that not only farmers, even agri-entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs should be more practice the digitalization. Digitalization or digital marketing related things, digital presence, then it will be the part of the motivator, part of the stimulated of agri-entrepreneurship or agribusiness. Plus, on the other hand, we need to consider the youth engagement. because young educated youth we need to bring to the agri-entrepreneurship. The people who are learning or studying in agriculture, then among them, the agri-entrepreneurship we have to be promoted among them, plus community participation. That community should be community or village. We can make some cooperatives and something like that. We have to strengthen them. All these forces will making the rural upliftment, and at the same time, in the country-wise, in the government and policy making should be aligned with agricultural transformation to more modern practices. Then it will lead to align rural practices with national policies. Something like we have to combine, or we have to minimize the gap between local realities and the national policies. That policy synergies should be there. This can be attained with, I further explain with this stimulated, if we take the sustainability, we need to think of regeneration, enhance and restore the environment. If you take the Sri Lankan scenario, 45% of the Sri Lankan agricultural land face soil fertility decline. Therefore, one of the government, that decided to ban the fertilizer. Then what happened? Huge food crisis, economic crisis came. Finally, president has to left due to that policy. Therefore, we have to implement whatever the policies, like step by step, converting all night to the organic sustainability will not work. With that, but we should give priority for sustainability and especially digitalization, the agriculture of farming. Youth engagement, as I told you, we have to encourage people to see agriculture as a modern, profitable and meaningful career path. That youth should make aware or educated that is the agricultural entrepreneurship is a meaningful career and one of the great career, because when you come to the some scenarios in developing countries, the people who are come to the agriculture will be like if there is no other opportunities, but not that, like it should be convert or making promote among the young as a modern, profitable and meaningful career path that can be making a major positive impact to the society. Like if you starting the social entrepreneurship, you create the positive impact to the society, environment at large. Community orientation also, as I told you, farmer cooperatives, social enterprises we need to build with local ownership. With these things I presented. Then there are certain challenges I have understood with my recent studies. These are the challenges faced by agri-entrepreneurs. Lack of innovative mindset among managerial skills. So young entrepreneurs are there with the agriculture sector, but their managerial skills are lower. And poor infrastructure for marketing facilities. At the same time, one of the key issues is they are lacking with finance. When go to the banks or formal financial sources, they are sometimes like it take time, and they faces lot of problems to get finance. And low awareness about agri-entrepreneurship careers also another issue in this particular area. This is something the ecosystem I suggest with by considering the agricultural sector plus government initiatives plus Sri Lankan scenarios. We can see one as an entrepreneurial input, what the government or supportive organization can do. Second, dimensions related with the entrepreneurial process. The entrepreneur will pass the process. In that process, we can motivate or educated entrepreneurs to go with some good practices related to the sustainability. On the other hand, we can expect the entrepreneurial outcome. That outcome should be economic, environmental, and social. When I again look at entrepreneurial input, the access to finance, as I cited, one of the major issues. Therefore, we need to consider the government initiate should considerable measures to provide the finance. On the other hand, knowledge and skills, especially new technology and agricultural related, how to they can conduct the businesses, that kind of knowledge we need to inculcate, and the institutional support also we need. When come to the entrepreneurial process, we need to promote them to identify the business opportunity related to sustainable agriculture. A new business model we needed, and when they using resources, they have to optimally use resources with the sustainable practices. Some of the business model they can follow is green innovations, circular agribusiness model, cooperative enterprise model, digital agri-entrepreneurship model. Those models will consider as the business model for them. Especially, we need green innovations, organic, fair trade. It's kind of a new way they can make the innovations. Circular business model that reuse, recycling, and resource efficiency. Cooperative models like some social enterprises. Digital agri-entrepreneurship model, how do they present and sell their product through the app or digital market. That kind of models they can use for their businesses when they come to the agribusiness. Sorry. This is a good example I would like to share with you. One of my entrepreneur, he came to the university to study as he's an agriculture farmer. He came to the universities to learn management related things. With the learning management and some kind of strategies like blue ocean strategy, he decided to be a kind of a modern farmer with successful. He is very successful now. He has innovated 40 new products with this spinny gourd. Like you know that bitter gourd is a very popular. It's a small version we call spinny gourd. With that he could make the 14 new products. He's going to market soon. At the same time, some of the product already. Then university students going to his farm to learn how his practice is going on. He has made the farmer groups that you can see is communicate with the farmers, advise to the farmers, and he teach farmers to cultivate, and all the crops cultivated he will buy. At the time, like he's making the awareness programs, bank come to his place and opening the bank accounts and other things to the farmers. You can see the pictures. And government officers, supportive organization, people also come to his farm. All this kind of outcome came from like a farmer become an entrepreneur. He came to the university, learned management related things, and he started business. He made the innovations. Another case study I would like to highlight here, he is the sustainable entrepreneur. He producing organic, the fertilizer. He used this worm and through that, that fertilizer with this kind of wormy compost. He is conducting a kind of a awareness session, training farmers, making cultivation, making vegetables and selling at his farm. There are a lot of activities, and he's a very popular YouTuber as well as then it's all came through the agri-entrepreneurship. Then we need to, in addition to that, some pathways I would suggest, like cluster-based agri-innovation ecosystem, like rather than cultivating all the things everywhere, like spices, aquaculture, herbal industries, like cluster-based agri-innovations we can make. And we can introduce some kind of sustainability-related metrics and for them, as a government organization, so that, and if they are meeting those standards, we can give the certifications that will lead for regenerative agro-entrepreneurship, and we can more introduce curricula and incubators in rural level to bring convert the farmers into agri-entrepreneurs. Finally, I would like to say that agri-entrepreneurship extends beyond economic activity. It's ecological stewardship. Then we can promote not only profit, purpose, system thinking, soil liquidity, those kind of way we can make a better future with by promoting agri-entrepreneurship among our agricultural sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nishanta, for your presentation to give us new insights in terms of entrepreneurship. Maybe some of us just think about entrepreneurship relating it with money only, but actually it has wider perspective, including ecological stewardship. Thank you very much. We'll be getting maybe questions for you later at the end of the session. So we go first to the last and the third invited speakers for our session today, for the second session today. And the next presenter or the next speaker, invited speaker, will be Dr. Silke Maria Stober. Dr. Silke is a lead researcher at the Center of Rural Development, or SLE, and she's from the Humboldt Universitat zu Berlin in Germany. And Dr. Silke is an expert in agricultural economy, climate adaptation, and agroecology. And she's also a PI for NutriGreen and RICAM Indonesia from 2024 to 2027. And she's been over 20 years experience on co-research with smallholder farmers across Africa and Asia. And she's been promoting climate resilient farming and agroecological innovation. And she's also advisors for GIS, IFAD, and UNWFP and Helvetas. And also we have a pleasure that Dr. Silke is also will present her presentation on the conference site. She's with us today. So Dr. Silke, thank you very much for coming to this conference, and the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hari, for this very kind introduction and also for the invitation to this very exciting conference. I wish we also had something to offer in Germany from this topic. We don't have it so often, so you can be very proud from UNHAS to have already the 5th conference in this series. Yeah. My topic is today farmer regeneration through regenerative agriculture, dream or solution, and it fits very well to what actually the entrepreneur professor from Sri Lanka just mentioned, and I think I will just add a few other aspects, but it is very similar. Let me just... Pardon? Here. Okay. Yeah. This is our, we are very proud to be part of the Albrecht Institute in Humboldt University, Berlin. Humboldt was founded very long time ago in 1810. I'm not sure, UNHAS maybe a bit younger, but as UNHAS has many faculties, I learned, even many agriculture, forestry, livestock, we have only one. And we are integrated with agriculture into the Faculty of Life Science, together with biology and psychology. So we are very small in the whole Humboldt, which has 35,000 students, even less than UNHAS. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, but we are very proud to introduce you also Albrecht Daniel Thaer. He's the first professor of agriculture in Germany. And he was very practical person. He introduced the crop rotation field trials close to Berlin to show what is possible how you can maintain soil health by doing crop rotation. I would like to start with a small story about regeneration, agriculture, business, and generations. I don't know if you play chess. Some of you? Okay. So this story I got actually from the internet, from LinkedIn, while I'm browsing my friends, and they share something, and I like it so much. So there is a story about a father and a daughter. The daughter plays chess with the father, and she says, "Papi, I hate chess." The father, "Why? Why you hate chess? It's very good." The daughter said, "Because always someone has to lose." And the father think, okay, yeah, that's true. So they were very creative, and they started to invent new rules. They call it chit-chat chess. You know, that always one black horse and the white horse meet. They need to meet. The king had to meet. The queen need to meet. The farmers need to meet. Opposite. And it's not so easy, these rules. You think it's easy? No, far from it. Because you have to plan ahead, and you have to plan with the other player ahead. You have to collaborate instead of conquering. And maybe it's also a way to do business. I would like to discuss with the colleague from Sri Lanka, like regenerative business. Normally, if you run a business, if you win a new customer, the other will lose the customer, right? And the idea is when everyone can play, maybe everyone can win. Farmers, consumers, other actors, nature, human, livestock, I don't know, whoever. And that is maybe also the idea of regenerative agriculture and regenerative business. Yeah. And creating win-win solutions. And with a question I would like to end this story is, what if your success makes others stronger too? Not yourself, but also others. Interesting, yeah, it's a story. I like it also. Oops. Yeah, regenerative agriculture, oh my God, there are so many definitions and so many parts and so many ideas. So sometimes I confuse myself. But of course, at the end of the day, it is to actively renew the land's productivity and resilience. And I think particularly strong in the regenerative part is to take care of the soil. This, instead of losing soil, and we heard it so many now, the sick soils, what also is always taught here in Indonesia or Sri Lanka, or even in Germany, that we take care of the soil health, because healthy soils, healthy food, healthy people, healthy nature, and so on. And to maintain healthy soils, I think don't forget to consult first with your farmers. How do they do that? Because it's not so easy. Farmers are working every day with the soil. Here you see a picture from a farmer in Germany, Mr. Petermann, and you see he's basically farming on the beach. It's not on the beach, but it's pure sand you see on the left. It is a result of 30, 40 years of using urea and other nitrogen fertilizers without any other additives, planting maize, and you see here how it looks like the beach with the maize plants after 3 days of heavy rains. More than 30 centimeters is nothing left. So what the farmer says, his idea is, and I like this picture so much, it's from under the soil. Simply, sorry, it is not so easy here. Where to put
The back button?
back? Yeah, it doesn't react here.
Yeah.
Then it's too much. It is very. Maybe I need to take the other hand. So. I don't know. Can you just maybe just take the laptop? Next. I can say next. Next, yeah, soil improvement only works with living roots, and that's why Mr. Petermann, next, is covering his soil all the year round. Next. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, too long. Yeah, it's not so easy, this thing. Yeah, with sufficient protection on the ground. So he started to do this totally soil cover all the year round. And now, for a few years ago, he changed also to organic farming, because with this, just to regenerative agriculture, you don't earn more money. The soil is nice, but only with organic farming in Germany, you can also earn money because of the prices. So next, please. That is also about the maize, of course, the catch crops, no? That we come to the idea of that we also do this restoration of carbon, no? When we even covering the soil. Next. Regenerative business, maybe very similar to regenerative agriculture, is restoring, renewing or revitalizing natural systems. And I put here on the right side the priority model of the triple bottom line, that meaning economy is to compromise always within the planetary boundaries of ecology, but also with the social boundaries, no? And I like it much more, this presentation of the circular than the columns of sustainability, because it's clear that the economy can widen, but there are limits. And also, maybe the connectivity is a very important part of the regenerative business, that you have the regional value chains, that you have more connections between producers and consumers. The community, it's very similar to what we heard from Sri Lanka, the community involvement and empowerment, diversification of products, of processes and customers, and always this day-to-day learning and adaptation, connecting with universities, with think tanks, that the farmer is not alone on his own field. Next. This is an example from a community-supported agriculture. It's quite popular in Germany. We have 400 solidarity schemes in Germany. The principles are based on a very old principles developed in Japan, which means partnership. It's called Taikai. And you can Google in the internet, it has 10 principles how to live with your customers, how to produce products, and it's quite nice. And you see this farmer here on the right side, and as Ossi, I have the same shirt today, like I had on the picture, but I also have more than one shirt, not only the here this morning the professor also said. And the farmer, he's from Holland actually, he's a Dutch farmer but living now in Germany with his wife, she's a teacher, and what they're doing, they're growing vegetables a lot, and they have around 150 customers. And with them, they are shareholders in his farm. And for being shareholder, they also pay something, and they get every month or every week they can get a free box of vegetables being a shareholder. And from time to time, they also help on the farm. Next. Coming now to the topic of rural youth regeneration in Indonesia. Here we talk about, and obviously there seems to be a shift now in Indonesia, but at the moment the Gen Z, the generation, it is not the millennials, but it is now the new generation, born between 1997 and 2012. Somehow they are, you can see from 100 we have around 28 people are Gen Z. It's huge, and it is one of the hugest young generations in Asia, in Indonesia. And here, how to reverse this decline of young people's participation in rural development, in rural and in agriculture, how to empower them, and that is what I would like to talk to within the next 55 minutes. Next. Yes, outmigration of youth, no land, no future. Of course, there is no access to land, access to capital, very difficult. And we found also out in our study last year, and also many literatures say the very negative image of farming. And even the parents would say, please, my children should not become farmers. It's nothing good. But maybe they should not become farmers, but maybe more look at the aspiration and needs of youth. I think most of them want to make business. Let's say, I think I would estimate 70%, but they're also happy to make a business with farming, no? But here's a question, how to develop the market and networks. Next. And maybe also how to make this in a climate-friendly way, because we still have the issue of rice cultivation, manure management, enteric fermentation, and we can contribute with the agriculture also to net zero, taking the benefit of this sector. Agriculture is the only sector that can be easily become net zero, no, by storing carbon in the ground. Thank you. Next. Yeah, next. You can just do next, yeah. So net zero farming wants to achieve this balance between the greenhouse emissions produced by farming, and there are four strategies. It is the low emission practices, then the carbon sequestration by planting trees, by increasing the soil organic farming, the new horizon technologies, maybe like the nanotechnology we heard from our first speaker this afternoon, and of course the planetary health diet by balancing out meat and by balancing what we eat. And with this roadmap, according to a recent publication, net zero food systems can be reached by 2050. Next. Next, yeah, we can skip this. And we have developed last year, together with students from Indonesia and Germany, we started to check the technical feasibility of net zero farming in Indonesia, and we come up with from the farm with calculations by interviews of farmers, and looked at different metrics. The emission per square meter, the emission intensity per kilogram of products, and the emission economic intensity. So how many CO2 emissions are emitted per US dollar earned by gross margin. And you can see that here in these three examples for chili, shallot, and rice, the net zero, which is basically the organic farming, has of course a relative advantage compared to the conventional. Next, please. And looking at the shallot, what they compared is really difficult because farmers do not keep records, but a very interesting research. So they check the plot size, they look at the yield per square meter of the shallot, yeah, and you see the yield of the net zero was even higher than the conventional. I think he put a lot of compost in. Thank you. Next one. And then the net zero, they do not use any pesticides and inorganic inputs, only biopesticides, while the conventional use a lot in pest management and inorganic inputs. And the land preparation was done manually in the net zero, but it was very small. And it was done by a fossil fuel-based machinery in the conventional. So, next one. And we compare the yields, and it's indeed, in this case, a bit higher in the organic because of this composting. The revenue was therefore also a little bit higher. The total costs were also a little bit higher than because of all this composting stuff than the conventional. Yeah, next one. But if you look, so that's why the gross margin or the profit per square meter of shallot farming was much lower compared to the conventional farm, or just one half of it. However, when we and now you start economics or we start simulating, but if you increase the price, if you get a premium price, and then woof, suddenly you can make it nicely, and then you can then even the organic shallot farming is much better than the conventional farming in terms of profit. But you need a better price. So we compare here I don't know in rupiah, but $1.9 US for conventional versus $2.8 per kilo for organic. And is this realistic or not? I don't know. Next slide, please. And so you see the metrics is very important, and maybe I don't, due to the time, I think we skip that. And go to the next. And you see here, with all the different technologies, also not at least low emission technologies, realizing carbon sequestration, it is a practice in green, and diet shift by having more plant-based meat and others, and circular economy, you can reach a net zero by 2050, according to this study. Very comprehensive worldwide paper on that. It's quite interesting. Net zero is feasible for agriculture, which is nice to know. Next one. So what do we do in our Rural Youth Climate Action Movement RICAM, what I'm leading together and with Indonesian partners? Tomorrow, within this conference, the RICAM, Jamtani and MPM team will contribute to this conference and invite all of you to participate, because tomorrow we have an announcement of 12 winning teams of the Young Cool Farmer Challenge. So 12 young farmer groups will be announced who will win a prize of 15 million rupiah each, by our project to implement their net zero practice. Second, next one. We also contribute, and my dear colleague Astari Dama sitting here, maybe you can raise your hand, she will tomorrow, she's an expert on the carbon farming, and she will tomorrow introduce and launch our greenhouse gas calculator, where we invite students in the future to collect more data to feed this calculator. We will see, and in order to come up with the feasibility of net zero farming. Very practical, what you can, with data from small-scale farmers. And she will launch this, she will present this tomorrow, also in the hall. Next one, please. And please also join the farmer exhibition in the hall downstairs, what we had already 3 years ago, I think, in Unhas, very successful, where tomorrow, I think, 15 booths, also 32 farmers will present their farmer innovations, and students, but also staff can join also the visitor assessment, what is innovative, what booth you like most, and you can even win a small prize of 100,000 rupiah when you participate in the survey, and then you participate in a lucky draw automatically. Thank you. Next one. And a new innovation, I think, by Unhas, together with the partners maybe of the RICAM, we have on Friday morning farmers give lecture in order to show what farmers can also give to universities to appreciate the local wisdom, and this will be Friday. Please also join, I think at 8 o'clock already. Mr. Tahmo, Mr. David and Mrs. Dorcas, farmers from Toraja and Pangandaran and Cilacap. Thank you. Next one. So I come to my key messages. Please, next. Yes, I think regenerative business, farming and use is a solution, and it can drive renewal beyond sustainability, and there's motivation and passion to do that. But this dream could stay a dream if becomes only reality when the rural use access also markets, capital and some incentives to change, to transform. And please us in researching net zero agribusiness solutions. I think it's a very interesting field. The combination of organic and net zero, the double O, and the strengthen the farmer university exchange to honor also Indonesia's agroecological wisdom, because it's huge. Thank you. And yes, I think my last sentence, being it agroecological farming or agro-ecopreneurship, let's turn our knowledge into action and regeneration into reality. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shilka, for the presentation and also for the invitation to all the participants of the conference to also attend tomorrow event with our farmers that we have invited to come to this campus. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, all participants of the second session of our today conference. We have now come to the question and answer session for all the invited speakers who have given their lecture or their presentation. And I will give an opportunities for participants should they have something concern to ask, or they want to share something related with the topics or the issue that has been presented in this second session. You are welcome to ask questions. Those who are attending online, you may raise your hand if you would like to. Okay, we already have Miss Akile, who raised his hand. Okay, is there another one? Maybe we collect first 3 questions. Also possible for our participant who attended this conference in this room. Any of you would like to ask question? So far we have 1. Yeah, okay, now we have 2. One more for the first. Okay, for now we just let these 2 participants to ask the questions. First, I'll start with Mr. Akili. Okay, you may deliver a question.
Okay, thank you. That was a very interesting presentation on nanoparticles from Prof. Suleiman. Particularly regarding the 2023 research that passed various doses of zinc oxide nanoparticles on different plants. So my question is, what are the potential environmental risks of using zinc oxide nanoparticles as nanofertilizers in the long term? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then for the second question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Cambodia. Okay, I'm so interested about presentation of Dr. Professor Buchis and Dr. Sil. Okay, I have 2 questions. Okay, the first, based on Dr. Buchis, he mentioned about entrepreneurship. Normally, has my experience in Cambodia, yes, cashew nut farming. We want to improve organic farming, but normally not successful because, as you know, the farmer, they like to apply chemical more than organic farming. And also, I need you recommend how to improve the value chain of cashew in to promote organic farming. Okay, the one question. And the second, how to value add to organic farming and chemical that you mentioned. The fry organic is higher than chemical. So if we based on the customer, they need the low fry. How to improve or how to value add to the organic farming? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Since there is no more question yet, we will give the opportunity first to Professor Mahmoud to answer the question. Professor?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question, if I understood well, he was asking about the risk of using zinc oxide nanoparticles on long term, or what was the question?
Yeah, that's the question, Professor.
Okay, good. As we said that using zinc oxide nanoparticles within the limitation into the plants is okay and is very good because the plants needs zinc already in their physiological process because it make as a elemental for different processes. But if we use it in an excessive application, I mean high rate application, and on long term, of course, this can be a nanotoxicity, especially for the soil, because as we know that zinc is a micro element, means the plant is needed in very small quantity. And if it will be presented or if it will be applied in a high rate, mean the plant will absorb some of this application or some of this amount, and the rest will be remained in the soil. And this will lead to a zinc deficiency in the soil or absorbed into the soil. It will be also as a heavy metal or trace elements that are not preferred to plants. So if we use zinc oxide, it will be in higher rates. Of course, it will be a risk, danger for soil, for microorganisms in the soil. That's my question.
Okay.
That's my answer to the question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mohammed. Yeah, as long as we
Is it
don't,
clear?
as long as we don't use it excessively, so it should be okay, right? Okay. The next question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
The next question to Professor Nishinta.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. When we come to the organic farming, actually that the organic farmer or entrepreneur faces a big problem of finding a market, because when making the organic product, most probably cost of production very high, price also will very high. The thing is, when come to our country, there are few organizations, they are social enterprises, they are selling only organic products. The people who are cultivating and selling organic, farmers, they have registered there. Then the social enterprise that are selling organic products, they are promoting it. Then the sellers registered there. Through that app and through that physical presence through that organization, they have found market. At the same time, the farmers or entrepreneurs who are cultivating their own marketing or promotion campaign also there. We are making this kind of organic product. Then high-end customers are there. Thereby, at the same time, they are trying to export. Export market is there for the organic products. Then they are trying, or some already they are exporting. At the same time, when it comes to the that Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan people are living in some other countries. We call diaspora. Then through the diaspora also, some of the local products, organic products, they are selling in the other countries. At the same time, direct buyers also they have found. This area is still developing. Then overnight, I think it's very difficult. It takes time, because when the farming land size and all increases, in the long term cost will be lower, then price will be matched. In general population, there are people also not much ready to buy high price one. Then it will take time, but at the moment this industry is growing, not in a high speed, like a certain level it is growing.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nishinta. Silke, okay.
And the last one was, I think, about the price, how to get premium prices, or what can farmer do. No? And also, I would like to mention first that we just collaborate with, we sent our students to Cambodia to analyze the cashew and pepper value chain. You know, there's a very big project by EU funded, promoted by GIZ. We can talk later maybe about that. Maybe it's interesting for you. And also developing the climate resilient cashew value chain. Maybe. So you know about that, yeah. Yeah. But I think developing premium prices or to getting a better price, first of all, farmers cannot be just, they must become somehow entrepreneurs, meaning starting post-harvest, processing, grading, a little bit of, let's say, the small onions and the bigger onions, and then to make, okay, this I want to have premium price for the big onions, and find customers that are willing to pay, because I think in the business there need to be a trust. And there are so many, to trust to the customers, to the clients, and I think there are so many different ways, business models, that I think each and every farmer group or farmer needs to develop this business model. and let's say, think about who can be my customer. And I have a farmer in my area. She sell very little, not much, but she sell extremely expensive. I said, how can you get these prices? She said, well, she studied also from Humboldt. She goes to the weekly market. She sells tomatoes in a pot so people can grow in their garden. But these plants are extremely expensive. They're old. And people think, oh, I want to have it. You know, they're very proud having an old tomato variety. And she's selling salad. And this salad is so excellent if you feel like in heaven. So that's how she sell it. And she gets amazing prices. But she doesn't sell. At 11 o'clock, she's leaving the market. Others still selling, you know, all their masses and cheap. And I don't know who's better, but I think she's okay. And there are so many ways that I can't say. But in general, even in Toraja, the people told me they could get 30% more. But for them, very difficult to have consistent supply. That they are always, that this supply of market that they can deliver every week. They have maybe this week, they have 50 kg of chili, but next week they don't have anything. So that is something, that's why you need to start this social capital, the group farming, you know, to get a little bigger, or what you mentioned, the cluster-based. I understand a little bit like that, that you can get the quantities. And that's why I really enjoy the example of the bitter gourd. You know, just with the bitter gourd, you can make such a business with 40 or 14.
Around 25 innovative products.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just with this little bitter gourd, inviting students. This is a very good example. That is it is a business model, but how to develop it, it's also in the head of the entrepreneur, of the farmer. No? You cannot just say, make it like this. He also stands behind it, I think. No? Yeah. And I think there are examples in Indonesia also like that.
Okay, thank you, Silke. Yeah, we still have plenty of time, I guess, because this session should be over at 4. But yeah, we still have a lot of time. So I invite more questions from participants. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Silke, Stober, and Ms. Hanta. Both presentations are very interesting for me. Many things there, the same in Vietnam now carry out in agriculture sector. I have no question, but I would like to not comment, but share some experiences about the net zero farming. Because now in Vietnam, in Mekong Delta, rice sector, rice agriculture in rice sector, I think the biggest in Vietnam, and even we have export rice. So the first question we're wondering why the rice only 3 months or 4 months we cut down. Why we have reduced or we have credits, carbon credits? Why? So when I saw the presentation from Silke, I know that we reduce chemical, we reduce something, make greenhouse gas emissions. That means we focus on about net zero farming. Yeah, in Vietnam, we have that. And other thing, Indonesia, they made a very good carbon credit. Now they like stock, like I don't know in English, like credits, carbon credit floor. We sell carbon credits to other countries, international markets. Yeah, it is a good lesson for Vietnam. And my project carry out about measuring carbon store in the mangrove forest and for upland forest. We show for see that the forest have values, not only wood, not only for ecosystem, for credit, it is share in future and carbon store or something like that. So the presentation impresses for me, and we will learn from Indonesia how to make carbon credit in forest sector and share for international markets. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Shika, would you like to comment on? Yeah, he's just sharing. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. Okay, we have two more questions from Ibu Astari and Professor Burhanuddin. I will give the opportunity to Ibu Astari first.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I just would like to comment on the other statement about the carbon, because this is what we are trying to do as well in the project, to calculate the carbons. But basically, we want to also, like, this is also actually opening up opportunity for farmers, because there's this international carbon credits as well. What we are trying to do in the project is to make farmers. It's not okay. What we are trying to do is actually to make farmers become more aware of their carbon footprint, because it takes a lot of steps, not only on the carbon. They have to do a lot of inventory, not only their practices, but they also have to be aware on their cost. So we hope this is become one of the indicator for them to learn on how they become entrepreneur, not only on selling their products, but how to sell a product that is also good for the environment. This will open a lot of access, actually, for example, like green funding, carbon markets is there, but I wouldn't promoting it for now for our smallholder farmers, because there's a lot of costs for certification, audit. It's even more than the organic products. So, but then by following all the steps towards inventory of their carbon footprint, it would help them to also enter other business opportunity. So yeah, I just would like to add on that from your previous statement. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Bur.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I'm late for follow the seminar today, but I just want to make stress to Dr. Silk about youth movement from your some project here in Indonesia, especially. I just remember about our Ministry Agriculture program now. They develop youth program we call in Indonesia Brigade Pertanian, Brigade Pangan, isn't it? Yeah. This is stressing to the food production and for food security in Indonesia, I think. And this way, I just want to, because based on my experience during preparation for this program, we are going to enlargement for rice or for paddy field. And of course, there is sometimes I think there's I don't want to say that there's a problem for our environment, because we change our landscape from the forest to paddy field. But I want to maybe you have, let's see, for an idea how to develop our youth in making understanding how to keep our environment with same line with rice production and environment protection. I think this is because I see that Dr. Silk movement going to organic farming and keep our environment condition. These two. I want to maybe you have an idea for our ministry program based on the enlargement of paddy field with let's see, for for deforestation, of course. But I don't want to say about this deforestation, but enlargement paddy field. I think there is some. I don't want to say problem, but maybe we have to more serious to think about how to keep the forest condition. Maybe you have some idea for this youth the development. Yeah.
I mean, this is of course, this is maybe not what is understood by the net zero farming. Of course, if you open up new paddy land, you have goes not towards net zero, but just the opposite, because you will the sequestration, the carbon sink. The forests are our carbon sink. You open up new paddy, you will, of course, paddy is always releasing, having greenhouse gas emissions. On the other hand, I mean, you cannot do everything. The first step is the sustainable intensification, I think, to be getting for agriculture more on the area, but it not necessarily only with the organic, with the inorganic fertilizers. It can be also done with these organic fertilizers, and we have a lot of examples here from Indonesia that even in Java, in Jamtani area, that the farmers with the organic strategy, they gain more yield than the others, because the soil health, and you know, Professor Tuala, you are also soil scientist, no? Because the soil is empty. No? There is not much, and you can't do much with the chemical fertilizers only. That's why I think the sustainable intensification is possible. And if they come from, I don't know, 3 to 6 tons of paddy by composting, and it is already good. And of course, the second, as you know, is not the burning the straw anymore. It is the second big hotspot, let's say, of rice production, and the third hotspot is the irrigation. And for the rest, I think for a program, if I was, I'm not in the ministry, or I would be advisor of the Indonesian ministry, I would make also special programs for the youth, that they say promotion of, let's say, small livestock, circular farming, circular agriculture, like integrated systems. I would promote that, I think, by just saying, giving us incentives, like if you do a goat farm with maize, you also have to include legumes, you have to cover the ground, and you have to plant trees, fodder trees, then I can give you a subsidy. If you just do the goats with the maize, you don't get anything, because I think it must be clear for a strategy. It is very easy to open the land and to grow paddy. It will come anyway, because the people, the stomachs are empty, they want to eat. But I think if you want to do it in a good way, you need to promote it. And that's why I think some money, some incentives into this direction. And on top of it, for the youth, it's not just farming, it is also building relationship to the customer, to the connect, to get better prices, to have a new business models.
I just want to maybe because the Silk help many years for youth education. In my case, I just want to maybe because I involved for some the program for this project, and we are trained youth to participate the program. Maybe you have you can give maybe some ideas how to give our new generation in paddy field program to more educate about how to improve the paddy production and keep our safe environment. Because I think for the education is very important for them, because they will be responsible for the management for the paddy field program. And of course, I know they they understand about the organic farming, but they have to conduct the program for successfully. So maybe you can give me special to, let's see, more educate for how to improve our environment and offer for paddy production. Maybe have.
I don't have other ideas what I just said, like having the low emission rice by looking at soil fertility different, so they have, I mean, they can compare the young, if it's a students, they can make maybe testing the organic strategy and then comparing it with the yields around and see if they can really better perform the soil organic and not and leaving the residues in the soil, using biochar. I mean, there are some green manure management, no? and all these different technologies that you can use, no? With the Azolla, I don't know, and what they try in with UNPAT, no? The integrated Azolla system. I don't know, not cutting every tree, but leaving the trees also around, and there's the traditional systems, but more intensified, no? I don't know. I'm not a rice specialist, but maybe you have more ideas? Astari, maybe? Because she has worked on the carbon-friendly rice as well, no?
Yeah, maybe just to add a bit, like, regarding the rice, if you ask me now, also like same question as Silke, I guess Indonesia government has been really focused on the, for example, like rice estate, so really focus on the net safety issue. But actually, if we really check on the, I mean, there's a lot of issues other than the production. We have to see also the supply chain, value chain, the trading mechanism, and also with the food estate program, actually, it actually ruined the whole net zero farming system and the ecosystem of the farm itself. It could solve our problem short term, but for a long-term solution, I don't think it will be sustainable also for Indonesia. I, like back end of last year, I was also consulting another organization to assess the policy for Indonesia on this, and that was also my suggestion. The food estate program, sometimes it looks promising for short term, but it's really dangerous for the soil fertility, and it's not so sustainable. And then I guess we have to focus, as Wasilka mentioned before, to really see like how maybe from academia to also see like how can we also preserve our soil fertility. And of course we have to also mention it won't increase the production immediately, but we have to see also the effect, not only like 1 season, 2 seasons, but probably from academia we should also invest more research on the long term, like at least 2 years, 3 years. There we can really see the significant difference. If it's only 1 season, I don't think we can see the improvement that much. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think it's getting more interesting, and maybe since there's no more question yet, maybe Silke, I would like to maybe we would like to put in emphasis is that the Indonesian government is now under pressure of for the food security in the middle of the population increase, and one of the option is to do the extensification of the paddy field, and that's why the concern is like how to have more paddy field that is cultivated along with the environmental whatever that's not really have a bad impacts in the future. That's what Professor Burhanuddin would like to see. And then since you're mentioning about, since Silke mentioned about the involvement of youth and how the incentives goes with the way how you treat your farm. If you do it according with the ecological principle, then yes, we will give you incentives. But if you just do it conventionally, that will have the negative impacts for the environment. Sorry, we don't have incentive for you. I think it's something also that Indonesian government could see in the future. And I think the initiative has been started by what the so-called Brigade Pangan, that the government formed some sort of involving youth in this. How to stress it in English? Like food soldiers, yeah. Folgers, sure, yeah. Those who, because we do understand that the government is now undertaking projects to convert semi-marginal land into paddy field in Kalimantan, because I visited once in the location in central Kalimantan, and the problem is not only how to convert the land into a paddy field, but also the concern came with the fact that there were not many people who would like to be involved in the paddy cultivation. So that's where the food soldiers come for help. But yeah, this is an issue that maybe need further talks and further involvement of the government and more experts to discuss, because it's not only involving the the expert in from academia, but also involving the policymaker in the government. And because we cannot say, of course, food security and food sovereignty is the main thing. Then the government will say we'll do any effort in order to be able to ensure that all people are safe or the food are secure for our people. So that's why we cannot also deny this fact. But Silke, maybe because we have time, maybe I know that you have been in a lot of projects regarding organics since before that. Ibu Astari mentioned about the certification, and you mentioned about the premium products. Premium products come with certification, and certification has been mentioned by Ibu Astari. It's not cheap for farmers in order to be able to get their product certified. And if you want to get your product valued as a premium product, you need to certify it, and this is still a problem in Indonesia. I know some of my colleagues have been involved in farmers training projects to help them how to cultivate food organically, but then they stopped because they said we have put more efforts to do the organic cultivation, but at the end of the day the price is still the same. We cannot, people will not take it more expensive than the other conventional product. Maybe you can also share about what we call as the community endorsement as in place for the certification. Because I remember the last conference in Unpad Pajajaran, we have a speaker who bring this in forward about how the endorsement from community can also boost up the price of the organic product even without official certification from the government. Maybe, yeah.
You were talking about the PGS, no? The participatory guarantee.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
it was quite interesting because we had a speaker. Was she from the Philippines? I think
Philippines, maybe.
We had was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? We had the speaker from the Philippines, and she was explaining how the participatory guarantee system, like a kind of community self-managed certification system, like based on self-control, group control. Is established in the various Asian countries, and I'm not sure about, I don't remember all, but for example, Indonesia, PGS is not yet officially recognized. No, it is not endorsed by the government. However, we had also that time a farmer from Kenya, where, for example, Kenya, South Africa, and many, I don't know how many countries, but they have officially endorsed the PGS and say for the local market, PGS is an official certification for organic products. And I think that, I don't know why it's not yet done in Indonesia, because I think it could be a high potential. Why do you think about export markets if there's a lot of market in the country? And it's working very well. I have a friend in Kenya. She's a farmer. Not she's really a farmer. She has a small farm, but she's actually organizing 100 or 150 farmers around to source vegetables for a market. And she started with one market stand in Nairobi. Nairobi is the capital of Kenya. Every Friday. Very difficult, all this work around, filling the cars with the vegetable boxes. And her husband is a banker. And he always said, okay, what you're doing, it's crazy. I mean, you just sit in the office and you earn some money. But she said, no, because he's from the bank. She said, no, I want to do it. You know, she also believes in religion and she wants to do something good. And he said, okay, but stop now, you also have to earn money from it, her husband said. You cannot do it for good. And then we developed a system like that the farmers, when they attend the training, they have to pay a little bit of money. You cannot give always everything for free, you know, as a farmer, because you are a good person. You have to think about your business also. Otherwise, it's also not sustainable. And they were then having the PGS, and then they were selling vegetables, and now it's like, it's huge. After a couple of years, the markets, they have now, I think, 10 markets. They have... in many, many places around Nairobi, they have now 300 farmers delivering vegetables, fresh vegetables every week. So it's a self-runner. And I don't understand why in Indonesia people don't buy organic products. And the prices for her in Kenya, I mean, the Kenyan people are also not the richest of the world. It's normal, no? But they really enjoy it because they know they eat healthy vegetables. The taste is better, it's fresh, and they believe it. And they, of course, they promote it also. And here I heard this morning that, like in Bandung, there is not a real market for organic. I don't know how it's in Makassar, but the people don't buy it, which I don't really understand. Also, I was thinking that those who earn a little bit more money, they should be maybe interested. Or you believe that even the conventional is so good in quality, yeah, that's no need. But then I hear about all the pesticides in the. That's why there is a little bit something what I don't understand, and I'm not so well informed about Indonesia. Yeah. Maybe Sri Lanka, you can share this. It's very interesting.
You want to add something? No? Okay. Yeah, just a little bit regarding your question. Why people in Makassar don't really choose to eat organic products? We have had a short, sorry to share. I'm the moderator. Let me allow you to share some of my friends' findings. It's like they don't really see the difference between organics and non-organics. What they concern is whether products is pesticides free or not. So as long as it's pesticides free, then it's okay, even if it's not fully organic.
I will share something. Yeah. The thing is that the majority will not consuming organic, but with the time being, the number will increase. That is our expectation. Our country actually, that as I told you, one president tried to convert within a shorter period of time organic. He banned fertilizer and asked them farmers to cultivate with organic fertilizer. But it failed because why fail? Within a shorter period of time, we can't do that. Then the current government has understood that some incentives give to the farmers, subsidies given to the farmers, it may and motivate them to be organic, but it takes time. That is the situation.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nishanta, for the additional information. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we come to the end of this session. And yeah, we have 10 minutes, and we will use the 10 minutes for this from the Professor Arshad and from the Dean. Maybe there's, yeah, but I will give it back the session to our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari. That was indeed a very insightful session, moderated by Hari Iswoyo, PhD, featuring 3 distinguished speakers from 3 different countries. Dr. Mahmoud from Saudi Arabia, Professor Nishanta from Sri Lanka and Dr. Silke from Germany. We truly appreciate your valuable insights and contribution to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, we invite the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture to present certificate to our invited speaker as token of appreciation. First one is for Dr. Mahmud.
Professor Mahmud. Professor Mahmud Suleiman, can you hear me? You still there? Professor Mahmud. Professor Mahmud, Assalamualaikum. Professor Mahmud. Okay, Professor Mahmud. Yeah, on behalf of.
Hello.
Okay. Professor
Hello?
Mahmud. Yeah, Assalamualaikum.
Sorry.
Prof.
Yeah. Waalaikum salam.
Yeah, okay. On behalf of the committee of the conference, the 5th International Conference Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture in the Tropics 2025, we would like to thank you for your sharing session in this conference, and best regard from us from Hasanuddin University for you. Yeah, your certificate.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Your certificate display on screen now, and will be sent to you by email by the committee. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Mahmud and Prof. Risma. Next one, we will have Professor Nishanta. Could you please come up to the front, and Professor Risma will hand the token of appreciation directly. Prof. Risma, please stay. And next one is for Dr. Silke from Germany. Could you please come to the front and receive your certificate as our token of appreciation? And we also have certificate for our moderator for the second session. The certificate will be handed by the Chief of Committee of FSSAT to Professor Arshad and Dr. Hari Isoi PhD. Could you please come to the front? Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now that concludes our first day of the 5th FSSAT 2025. The conference will resume tomorrow morning with another invited speaker session with Mr. Liu Hongthe from Group Gain Bioagri Cooperation in Taiwan, Mukhlis Bahraini from PT Pacira Indonesia, and Professor Damayanti Buchori from IPB University Indonesia. We will also have a parallel presentation session afterwards. For your information, all papers that pass the presentation and peer review process in this event will be published in a Scopus Index proceeding. Additionally, selected papers will be published in the following journals: the Sabrag Journals of Breeding and Genetics, Q2, Sarhat Journal of Agriculture, Q3, Kandrea, Q3, and the International Journal of Agriculture Biology, IJAB, and Q3. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you that every participant shall join the parallel session tomorrow 5 minutes in advance, starting at 10 a.m. We will also be choosing the best presenter, so be prepared and give your all. Before we close today's session, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers and all invited speakers on the first day who shared their valuable insights and expertise regarding regenerative agriculture for sustainable food production and environmental restoration. Last but not least, we'd like to say thank you very much for your kind attendance. Terima kasih and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.